The Accidental Betrothal, a romantic fantasy audiobook written and narrated by Thora Ravencroft, copyright 2025. All rights reserved. The synopsis can be found in the video description. Chapter 1. The morning sun filtered through the stained glass windows of the Grand Temple, casting rainbow patterns across my white dress. My hands trembled as I adjusted the silver circlet adorned with water crystals in my hair. "Stop fidgeting, Anya. You'll mess up all my hard work," Alara scolded, batting my hands away from my hair. My maid's familiar presence helped calm my nerves, if only slightly. "I can't help it. What if something goes wrong?" "Nothing will go wrong. You and Rion are perfect for each other. Two water mages, blessed by the elements themselves." I smiled at my reflection, trying to believe her words. The traditional blue markings painted on my hands seemed to shimmer, representing my dual affinity for water and air magic, something rather unusual among mages. "Did you see Rion this morning?" I asked, trying to distract myself from the butterflies in my stomach. "He's as nervous as you are, if not more." I caught him practicing his vows in the garden at dawn. A knock at the door interrupted our conversation. My mother entered, her eyes already glistening with tears. "Oh, my darling, you look absolutely beautiful." "Mother, please don't cry. You'll make me cry. And Alara will never forgive us if we ruin the makeup." "I'm just so happy for you, sweetheart. Your father is waiting outside. Are you ready?" I took one last look in the mirror, smoothing down my dress, as ready as I'll ever be. The walk to the main hall felt like floating in a dream. The temple's ancient stones hummed with centuries of magical ceremonies, and I could feel their energy reaching out to me. My father squeezed my hand as we approached the grand doors. "Remember, Anya, no matter what happens today, you'll always be my little girl." If only I had known then how prophetic those words would be. The doors swung open, and the assembled guests turned to watch our entrance. I kept my eyes fixed on Rian, standing tall and handsome at the altar. His blue robes matched the color of his eyes perfectly, and the smile on his face made my heart skip a beat. This was supposed to be the happiest day of my life. Instead, it would become the day everything fell apart. I could feel the temple's magic pulsing through the stone floor as I walked down the aisle, each step bringing me closer to my future. The assembled guests, the cream of magical society, watched with approving smiles. My mother's quiet sniffles echoed in the vast chamber. "We gather here today to witness the joining of two souls blessed by the waters," the high priestess intoned, her silver robes shimmering in the morning light. "Two streams becoming one mighty river." Rian's eyes never left mine as I took my place beside him. His fingers were warm as they intertwined with mine, and I could feel his magic, cool and familiar, reaching out to touch my own. "The ancient rites demand that all bonds be pure and true," the priestess continued, raising her ceremonial staff. "Let us begin the binding." The traditional words flowed between us as we repeated our vows. Everything was perfect, exactly as I'd dreamed it would be, until it wasn't. "With this ring, I pledge my heart, my magic, and my future," Rian said, sliding the enchanted silver band onto my finger. The moment the metal touched my skin, something went horribly wrong. Instead of the gentle blue glow that should have surrounded us, a violent purple light erupted from my hand. The ring burned like ice against my skin, and I couldn't suppress my cry of pain. "What's happening?" I gasped, trying to pull the ring off. It wouldn't budge. The priestess's face had gone pale. There's another claim, prior magical binding." "That's impossible." My voice echoed through the suddenly silent temple. "I've never been bound to anyone." Rian's face had turned to stone, his eyes no longer warm but cold as winter frost. "You're already betrothed?" "No, I would never. I couldn't." The purple light pulsed brighter, and suddenly I could feel it, a connection I'd never known existed, stretching away from me like a thread of fate. Somewhere, someone else's magic was responding to mine, and the feeling was both terrifying and exhilarating. "The ceremony cannot continue," the priestess declared, her voice heavy with regret. "The old magic has spoken. There is another." The whispers started then, spreading through the crowd like wildfire. I saw the judgment in their eyes, the assumptions already forming. Rian stepped away from me, his shoulders rigid with hurt and anger. Rian, please, I reached for him, but he flinched away from my touch. Don't. The word fell between us like a wall of ice. Just don't. I looked desperately to my parents, but my father's face was ashen, and my mother had pressed her hands to her mouth in horror. The only person who didn't seem completely shocked was my grandfather, Eldrin, and the expression on his face sent a chill down my spine. He knew something he hadn't told me. The purple light continued to pulse, mocking me with its steady rhythm, and I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. My wedding dress caught on the temple steps as I fled, the sound of tearing fabric lost beneath the pounding of my heart and the horrified murmurs of the guests. I didn't stop running until I reached the temple gardens, where I collapsed beside the reflecting pool, my carefully arranged hair falling around my face in disarray. The cursed ring still gleamed on my finger, a permanent reminder of how thoroughly my life had just fallen apart. "Anya!" Alara's voice carried across the garden. She hurried toward me, her arms full of my torn veil. "Your grandfather wants to see you immediately." "I don't want to see anyone." My voice cracked as I stared at my reflection in the pool. The purple light from the ring created eerie patterns on the water's surface. "This isn't a request, my lady." "He's waiting in the temple's private chamber with your parents." I let her help me up, my legs shaking beneath the weight of my ruined wedding dress. The walk back through the temple felt like a walk of shame, with servants and lingering guests quickly averting their eyes as we passed. The private chamber was tucked away behind the main altar, a room I'd only seen once before during my magical initiation. My grandfather stood by the window, his archmage robes gleaming with embedded crystals. My parents sat in high-backed chairs, looking shell-shocked. "Close the door, Lara," grandfather commanded. "What I'm about to say must not leave this room." My maid did as instructed, then took up her position behind my chair, her hand resting supportively on my shoulder. "Would someone please explain what's happening?" I demanded, holding up my hand where the ring continued its mocking purple pulse. "Who am I supposedly betrothed to?" My grandfather's ancient face was creased with worry. Lysander Darkfire. The name hit me like a physical blow. Everyone knew of the Darkfire family, one of the most powerful magical dynasties in the kingdom, and Lysander. He was practically legendary at the Arcane Academy where he taught. "That's impossible. I've never even met him." "No, but I have." Grandfather's voice was heavy with regret. "It happened 20 years ago when you were just a child. There was a gathering of the magical houses. 20 years ago? I was 3 years old. It was an accident," he continued. Lysander had just come of age, and his parents were pushing for a formal betrothal. We were all celebrating, drinking enchanted wine. My mother made a strangled sound. "Father, what did you do?" The wine, it loosened tongues and magic alike. Lyria Darkfire was insisting her son needed a proper match. I may have suggested you, Anya. Said you'd be perfect for him when you came of age. You were drunk and accidentally betrothed me to a stranger?" The words came out in a horrified whisper. "Magic taken during celebrations of the old houses is binding," he explained miserably. I didn't realize. The bond was supposed to activate when you came of age, but something delayed it. Perhaps your relationship with Rian interfered somehow. "Fix it," I demanded. "You're the Archmage. Surely you can break it." "I can't. Only Lysander can release you from the bond, or what?" "Or you fulfill it." The silence in the room was deafening. My father finally spoke, his voice tight with anger. "So either this Lysander Darkfire agrees to break the betrothal, or my daughter has to marry him instead of the man she loves?" "There's more," grandfather said quietly. "The magic that bound you, it's ancient and powerful. If the betrothal is broken improperly, it could have severe consequences for both of you." I slumped in my chair, feeling the weight of 20 years of magical mistakes crushing down on me. "What am I supposed to do?" "You'll have to go to the capital," grandfather said. "Meet with Lysander, explain the situation. Perhaps he'll be understanding." "Understanding?" I laughed bitterly. I just ruined his betrothal, too. "I doubt he'll be in a very understanding mood." "His betrothal?" my mother asked sharply. Everyone knows he's engaged to Flare Emberheart, I explained. It was announced months ago. And now I've probably ruined his life just as thoroughly as mine has been ruined. The silence in the private chamber grew heavier as my grandfather paced near the window. Outside, I could hear the murmur of departing guests and the distant sound of temple bells. "There's something else you should know," Grandfather said, his fingers tracing the crystal patterns on his robes. "The type of bond that was created. It's rare, ancient, the kind that forms between magically compatible souls." "What exactly does that mean?" My mother's voice was sharp with concern. "It means their magic resonates on the same frequency. Such bonds were once sought after, cultivated even. They can amplify both parties' magical abilities exponentially." I stared at the ring, which seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat now. "Is that why my water magic has always been different? Stronger than it should be?" "Possibly. The bond has been dormant but not inactive. It's likely been affecting your magical development since childhood." "And what about my air affinity?" I asked. "Did that come from him too?" Grandfather shook his head. "No, that's entirely your own, which makes this situation even more unique. Dual affinities are rare enough, but to have one and still be compatible with another mage. I don't care about being magically compatible." I stood up abruptly, my ruined dress rustling. "I love Rian. I want to marry Rian." "Speaking of Rian," my father interjected, "someone needs to talk to him. This isn't his fault either." "I'll go," Alara offered quietly. "He should hear a gentle explanation." I caught her hand as she turned to leave. Tell him I'm sorry. That I didn't know." After she left, I turned back to my grandfather. "How long do I have before I need to leave for the capital?" "The sooner the better," he replied. "The bond is active now. You'll both begin to feel its effects more strongly the longer you're apart." "Effects?" my mother asked worriedly. "Nothing dangerous," he assured us. "But they'll be aware of each other's presence. Their magic will reach for each other. It can be distracting." As if to prove his point, the purple light flared brighter, and I felt a sudden pull, like a compass pointing north. Somewhere in the capital, was Lysander Darkfire feeling the same thing? "I'll leave tomorrow," I decided. "But I need to know everything. No more secrets, Grandfather. Tell me exactly what happened that night 20 years ago." He sank into a chair, suddenly looking every one of his 80 years. "It was at the summer solstice celebration. The Darkfire family had always been close allies with ours, and Lysander had just turned 21. His mother, Lyria, was determined to secure a suitable match for him. As my grandfather spoke, I could almost see the scene unfolding, the grand celebration, the flowing wine, the casual words that would change my life forever. But one detail caught my attention. "Wait," I interrupted. "You said Lysander was 21 then? So he's F41 now, yes." I felt the blood drain from my face. Not only was I magically bound to a stranger, but he was 18 years older than me. This situation kept getting better and better. Does he know about this bond?" I asked hesitantly. "No," Grandfather admitted. "I don't believe anyone remembered that night clearly. The wine was heavily enchanted, you see. It wasn't until today, when the bond activated, that the memory came back to me. Night had fallen by the time I finally returned to my chambers. The wedding decorations still hung mockingly from the walls, and my packed trunk for the honeymoon sat in the corner, a reminder of the future that would never be. "I've prepared a travel bag for tomorrow," Alara announced, returning from her mission to speak with Rian. Her eyes were red-rimmed, telling me everything I needed to know about how that conversation had gone. "How is he?" "Hurt, confused, but mostly worried about you, actually. He knows you well enough to know you'd never intentionally deceive him." I sank onto my bed, still wearing my ruined wedding dress. "Did you tell him about Lysander?" "Only that there was an accidental magical binding from your childhood. I thought the rest should come from you when you're ready." Ready. Would I ever be ready for any of this? I finally gathered the courage to ask the question that had been burning in my mind. "What do you know about him? About Lysander Darkfire?" Alara sat beside me, her hands busy with unlacing my dress. "He's brilliant, from what I hear. One of the youngest professors ever appointed to the Arcane Academy. They say his control over fire magic is unmatched in the kingdom. Fire magic? I felt a chill despite the warm evening. But I'm a water mage. With an air affinity, Alara reminded me. Perhaps that's what makes the bond possible. Fire needs air to thrive, after all. I stood, letting the wedding dress pool at my feet like fallen snow. The purple light from the ring cast strange shadows on the wall as I changed into a simple nightgown. What about his betrothal to Flare Emberheart? A political match, from what I understand. The Emberheart family has been pushing for it for months. They'll be furious about this development. Wonderful. So I haven't just ruined my own wedding. I've potentially started a magical feud between noble houses. Try to get some sleep, Alara advised, helping me into bed. Tomorrow will be a long day. But sleep proved elusive. I lay awake, watching the purple light pulse steadily, feeling that strange pull toward the capital grow stronger with each passing hour. Was Lysander lying awake too, feeling this same connection? Was he angry, confused? Just before dawn, I felt something new, a warmth that wasn't my own, like sunlight on my skin. The ring's purple light flared briefly, then settled into a steady glow. Somehow, I knew that Lysander was awake now too, and that our journey toward each other had already begun. Chapter 2. The capital city loomed before us, its crystal spires reaching toward the morning sky like fingers of light. After 3 days of travel, I should have felt relieved to finally reach our destination. Instead, the sight of the Arcane Academy's magnificent towers only made my stomach twist into tighter knots. The purple glow is getting stronger, Alara observed from beside me in the carriage. She wasn't wrong. The magical ring on my finger now pulsed with an intensity that was almost blinding. He's close. The words came out unbidden. I could feel Lysander's presence now, like a warm current in the air. The sensation was simultaneously thrilling and terrifying. Remember what your grandfather said, Alara cautioned, straightening my travel cloak. Don't antagonize anyone, especially not Flare Emberheart. The Emberheart family is known for their volatile tempers. You mean they're known for burning things when they're angry? Precisely. And you, my lady, are technically the reason their daughter's engagement has been broken. The carriage wound its way through the city's magical district, where every building seemed to shimmer with enchantments. Students from the academy hurried along the streets, their colored robes indicating their magical affiliations. Blue for water, red for fire, white for air, and green for earth. Look, I whispered, pointing to a group of advanced students practicing in a courtyard. Their instructor, tall and commanding in deep crimson robes threaded with gold, demonstrated a complex fire manipulation. The flames danced around him like living things, forming intricate patterns in the air. That's him, Alara breathed. That's Lysander Darkfire. My heart stopped. Even from this distance, I could see why he was considered legendary. His control over fire was unlike anything I'd ever witnessed. The flames responded to his slightest gesture, as natural as breathing. His students watched in rapt attention as he demonstrated, their faces glowing with admiration. The ring flared violently, and suddenly his head snapped up, eyes scanning the street. I ducked down in the carriage, but not before I caught a glimpse of his face, strong features, dark hair touched with silver at the temples, and eyes that seemed to burn with their own inner fire. Or he felt me, I whispered, my heart racing, just like I felt him. Well, you can't hide in this carriage forever, Alara said practically. We're almost at the Academy's guest quarters. She was right. The carriage was already turning into the Academy's main courtyard, where a small welcoming committee waited. I recognized Lyria Darkfire immediately from my grandfather's descriptions, a tall, elegant woman with steel-gray hair and perfect posture. Beside her stood a younger woman in flame-colored robes, her copper hair gleaming in the sunlight. Flare Emberheart, my predecessor in this mess. And she did not look happy to see me. The carriage door opened, and I had no choice but to step out into the bright morning sunlight. The purple glow from my rings seemed to pulse in time with the magical wards that protected the Academy's grounds. Welcome to the Arcane Academy, Lady Silverleaf. Lyria Darkfire's voice was as cool and controlled as winter frost. I trust your journey was comfortable? Yes, thank you, Lady Darkfire. I curtsied, grateful for the etiquette lessons my mother had drilled into me since childhood. Flare Amberheart made no attempt to hide her scrutiny, her amber eyes narrowing as she took in my appearance. So this is the water witch who ruined everything. Lady Amberheart, I acknowledged, keeping my voice steady. I assure you, this situation was not of my choosing. No? Fire sparked at her fingertips. You expect us to believe you had no idea about this? This supposed betrothal? I was 3 years old when it happened, I explained, fighting to keep my own magic under control as it responded to her hostility. I only learned of it at my wedding ceremony, just as everyone else did. Your wedding ceremony, Flare sneered. How convenient that this ancient bond chose that exact moment to reveal itself. Just when I had finally secured my own engagement to Lysander. Flare! Lyria's voice held a note of warning. This is neither the time nor the place for such accusations. The ring flared again, more intensely this time, and I felt that pull strengthen. Looking past the welcoming committee, I saw him approaching, Lysander Darkfire, still in his teaching robes, moving with the fluid grace of a practiced mage. The closer he got, the more I could feel our magics reaching for each other. The air around us seemed to crackle with energy, and I noticed small puddles on the ground beginning to ripple in response to my agitation. Professor Darkfire, Lyria called out. Your betrothed has arrived. He stopped a few paces away, and I finally got a proper look at him. Up close, he was even more imposing, tall and broad-shouldered, with an air of contained power that made the air around him shimmer with heat. His eyes, when they met mine, were the color of burnished copper, and they held the same mix of confusion and fascination that I felt. Lady Silverleaf, he said, his voice deep and resonant. Welcome to the Academy. The moment he spoke, both our rings flared with blinding purple light. The magical connection between us surged, and I gasped at the intensity of it. Water from a nearby fountain responded to my surprise, shooting up in a graceful arc before falling back with a splash. Lysander's own magic responded in kind. The torches lining the courtyard blazed higher, their flames taking on a purple tinge that matched our rings. Well, Flare said acidly, I suppose that answers any questions about the authenticity of this bond. Perhaps we should continue this discussion somewhere more private, Lyria suggested, eyeing the growing crowd of students who had stopped to watch the magical display. The council chamber should suffice. I followed the group through the Academy's grand halls, trying not to stare too obviously at Lysander's back as he walked ahead of me. The magical pull between us was almost painful now, like a string being pulled too tight. Your grandfather sent word of your arrival, Lyria said as we entered a circular room dominated by a massive crystal table, though I must admit his explanation of events was lacking in certain details. I'm still trying to understand those details myself, I admitted, taking the offered seat. The distance between Lysander and me decreased, and our rings pulsed in unison. Perhaps you could start by explaining exactly what happened at your wedding ceremony, Lysander spoke, his voice carefully controlled. I was in the middle of teaching when I felt. He paused, searching for words. When I felt something shift, I was exchanging vows with Rion when the ring he gave me turned purple instead of blue. The high priestess said there was a prior magical binding, a binding that apparently took place when you were 3 years old, Flare interjected, still standing by the door with her arms crossed. How convenient that no one remembered this binding until now. The wine served at that celebration was heavily enchanted, Lyria mused, her eyes distant with memory. I remember very little of that night myself, though I do recall your grandfather being particularly enthusiastic about strengthening ties between our families. But why didn't the bond activate until now? I asked, directing the question to Lysander. If it's been there all this time, magical bonds can lie dormant until triggered by specific events, he explained, and I couldn't help but notice how his teaching voice differed from his normal tone. A wedding ceremony with its own powerful magic could have been enough to wake it. Or, Flare suggested acidly, someone deliberately activated it to prevent other bonds from forming. The accusation hung in the air. I felt my temper rising along with the water in the decorative fountains that lined the chamber walls. I had no idea about any of this, I said firmly. I was supposed to be getting married 3 days ago. Instead, I'm here, trying to understand why I'm magically bound to a man 18 years my senior who, until today, I'd never even met. The fountains bubbled dangerously, and I felt Lysander's magic respond to my agitation. The temperature in the room rose noticeably. Fascinating, Lyria murmured, watching our magical interaction with scholarly interest. Your magics are already synchronized, despite being opposing elements. I've never seen anything quite like it. That's because it's not natural, Flare snapped. This whole situation is ridiculous. Lysander, surely you're not going to let this stand? He remained silent for a long moment, his copper eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my breath catch. Finally, he spoke. The bond is real. Whether we like it or not, we need to understand it before we can decide how to proceed. Perhaps a demonstration of this bond would be enlightening, Lyria suggested, her academic curiosity evident. Lysander, if you would. He nodded, rising from his seat. The air around him shimmered with heat as he extended his hand toward me. May I? I stood, my heart hammering against my ribs. As I reached for his outstretched hand, the purple light from our rings intensified. The moment our fingers touched, magic exploded through the room. Fire and water danced together in impossible patterns, neither element extinguishing the other. Instead, they merged, creating something entirely new. Steam that glowed with that same purple light, forming intricate designs in the air around us. Extraordinary, Lyria breathed. The elements aren't fighting each other at all. They're harmonizing. I could barely hear her over the rush of power flowing between Lysander and me. His magic felt like summer sunshine on my skin, warming but not burning. From his sharp intake of breath, I guessed my magic felt equally strange to him, perhaps like cool rain on a hot day. This isn't possible, Flare interrupted, her voice tight with anger. Fire and water are opposing elements. They can't coexist like this. And yet, Lysander spoke softly, his eyes locked with mine. They are. The connection between us grew stronger with each passing moment. I could feel his emotions now. Confusion, fascination, and something deeper that made my cheeks flush. His magic reached for mine like a flower turning toward the sun. That's enough, Flare snapped, stepping between us. The connection broke abruptly, leaving me feeling strangely bereft. This proves nothing except that someone has cast a powerful enchantment. Lysander, you can't seriously be considering honoring this farce of a betrothal? The magic doesn't lie, Lady Emberheart, I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. Whatever this is, it's real. Real? She laughed bitterly. You're barely more than a child. What could you possibly offer someone like Lysander? I am his equal in power, in status, in age. We make sense together. Flare, Lysander's voice held a note of warning. That's enough. No, it's not enough. I won't stand here and watch while some water witch tries to steal what's mine with parlor tricks and ancient magic. The temperature in the room soared as Flare's control slipped. Flames erupted around her hands, and I instinctively called water to mine, ready to defend myself if necessary. Stop this immediately. Lyria's voice cracked like a whip through the tension. Flare, control yourself. This is the Arcane Academy, not a dueling ground. But Flare's rage had pushed her beyond reason. The flames around her hands grew larger, taking on the distinctive orange-red hue of combat fire magic. You think you can just walk in here and take everything I've worked for? I won't allow it. Before anyone could react, she launched a fireball directly at me. Time seemed to slow as I watched the deadly projectile approach, its heat already singeing the air. My water magic rose instinctively to defend me, but I knew it wouldn't be enough against such concentrated fire. Then Lysander was there, stepping between us. With a gesture that spoke of decades of mastery, he caught Flare's fireball in midair, transforming it into harmless sparks that scattered across the floor. Enough! His voice resonated with power, and the temperature in the room dropped instantly. Lady Emberheart, you forget yourself. This is not how we conduct ourselves at the Academy. How dare you defend her? Flare's voice cracked with emotion. After everything we've built together, what we built, Lysander said quietly, was a political alliance, nothing more. The words seemed to hit Flare like physical blows. The flames around her hands flickered and died as tears filled her eyes. "You don't mean that." "I think you've always known it was true." His voice was gentler now, but firm. "We would have made a sensible match, but there was never any real connection between us. Not like—" He didn't finish the sentence, but his eyes flickered to me, and our rings pulsed in unison. The implication was clear, and it made Flair's face contort with fresh anger. "This isn't over," she hissed, backing toward the door. "The Emberheart family won't forget this insult." After she stormed out, silence fell over the chamber. I became acutely aware that my hands were shaking, and the water from the fountains had risen several feet above its normal level. "Well," Lyria said dryly, "that could have gone better." She turned to me with an appraising look. "Though I must say, your control over your magic is impressive for someone so young. Most water mages would have instinctively lashed out when threatened." "I've had practice," I admitted, thinking of the years spent learning to control my unusually strong abilities. "Though I've never felt my magic respond quite like this before." "The bond," Lysander explained, still standing protectively close to me. "It's amplifying both our powers. We'll need to learn to control it before someone gets hurt," I finished. The weight of the situation was finally hitting me. This wasn't just about a magical accident or a broken engagement anymore. This was about power, politics, and magic beyond anything I'd ever encountered. "You'll need training," Lyria announced, breaking the tense silence. "Both of you. This kind of magical bond hasn't been seen in generations. If not properly managed, it could be dangerous." "Dangerous how?" I asked, watching as Lysander waved his hand, instantly repairing the scorch marks Flair's attack had left on the floor. "Magical bonds of this magnitude can become unstable if the participants aren't in harmony," he explained, his teaching voice returning. "The more powerful the mages involved, the more critical the balance becomes. And we're both rather powerful, aren't we?" I didn't mean it as a boast. It was simply truth. My dual affinity had always made me stronger than average, and Lysander's reputation spoke for itself. Indeed. Lyria's eyes sparkled with academic interest. "Which is why you'll begin training together immediately. Lysander, I suggest using the Eastern practice grounds. They're warded against magical accidents." "Now?" I glanced down at my travel clothes, suddenly self-conscious. "No time like the present," Lysander said, and I felt a flutter in my stomach at the way his eyes lingered on me. "Unless you're too tired from your journey?" "I'm not tired." The words came out more forcefully than I intended, making him smile slightly. "Very well, then." He offered me his arm, and I took it, trying to ignore how natural it felt. "Mother, if you'll excuse us?" "Of course." Lyria's expression was knowing as she watched us. "Oh, and Lysander, do try not to destroy any Academy property this time. The Council is still complaining about the last training accident." As we left the chamber, I could feel the eyes of passing students following us. No doubt rumors about the morning's events were already spreading through the Academy like wildfire. "Your mother seems accepting of this situation," I ventured as we walked. "She's more interested in the magical implications than the personal ones," he replied dryly. "To her, we're fascinating research subjects first, people second. And what are we to you?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. He paused, turning to face me in the middle of the corridor. Our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization as his copper eyes met mine. "I don't know yet," he admitted softly, "but I intend to find out." Chapter 3. The Eastern practice grounds were impressive, a vast circular arena surrounded by towering crystal pillars that hummed with protective magic. The morning sun cast rainbow patterns through the crystals, creating an ever-shifting light show on the ground. "The wards here can contain even the most powerful magical accidents," Lysander explained as he led me to the center of the arena, which is fortunate given our current situation. I watched as he removed his formal outer robe, revealing a simpler tunic beneath. The movement was casual, but I couldn't help noticing how the fabric clung to his broad shoulders. He caught me staring and raised an eyebrow, making me blush and quickly look away. "Before we begin," he said, his voice taking on that professional tone again, "I need to understand the full extent of your abilities. Your grandfather mentioned you have a dual affinity?" Yes, water is my primary element, but I also have some control over air. Show me. Taking a deep breath, I reached for my magic. Water from the practice grounds fountains responded immediately, rising in graceful streams that danced around us. Then I added my air magic, creating a swirling vortex that lifted the water higher, forming complex patterns in the morning light. Impressive control, Lysander murmured, watching intently. Most dual affinity mages struggle to use both elements simultaneously. I've always found it natural, I admitted, letting the water settle back into the fountains. Though since the bond activated, everything feels different, stronger. Indeed. He stepped closer, and our rings pulsed in response. Shall we test that theory? Before I could respond, he called his own magic. Fire bloomed in his hands, not the angry red of combat magic, but a deeper, more controlled gold. The heat should have been uncomfortable, but instead it felt welcoming, like stepping into warm sunlight. Your turn, he said softly. Don't fight the connection. Let it guide you. I summoned water again, but this time I let myself feel the bond between us. Our magics reached for each other like old friends reuniting. Where fire and water met, that strange purple light appeared, creating something entirely new. Remarkable, Lysander breathed, his copper eyes reflecting the magical display. The elements aren't just coexisting, they're enhancing each other. He was right. My water magic felt more powerful than ever, and I could sense his fire responding in kind. The purple light grew stronger, filling the practice grounds with its otherworldly glow. I've never seen anything like this, a familiar voice called from the entrance. We turned to see Archmage Eldrin himself standing there, looking both pleased and concerned, though I suspected something like this might happen. Grandfather? I let my magic fade in surprise. What are you doing here? Did you really think I'd let my granddaughter enter this situation without supervision? He strode toward us, his archmage robes billowing. Besides, I believe I owe both of you a more detailed explanation about that night 20 years ago. Before you begin explaining, Lysander interrupted, his voice tight with barely contained emotion. Perhaps you could tell us why you waited 3 days to come here? Surely this information was important enough to share immediately. My grandfather had the grace to look sheepish. I needed time to confirm my suspicions, and to gather these. He pulled several ancient-looking scrolls from his robes, records of similar bonds throughout history. Similar bonds? I asked, moving closer to examine the scrolls. The purple light from our rings illuminated the faded text. I thought you said this type of binding was rare. It is. In fact, there have only been 7 documented cases in the last 1,000 years. He unrolled one of the scrolls carefully, all of them involving mages of exceptional power, and all of them resulting in interesting outcomes. Define interesting, Lysander said dryly. Well, take the case of Marina Stormweaver and Ash Flameheart in 756. Their bond created an entirely new form of magic, what we now call steam manipulation, or the famous union of Celeste Windwhisper and Inferno Blackflame in 892, which led to the discovery of lightning control. I exchanged a glance with Lysander, remembering the strange purple magic we'd created together. Is that what's happening to us? Are we creating new magic? Possibly. Grandfather's eyes gleamed with excitement. The purple light you're experiencing, it's mentioned in several of these accounts. They called it soul magic, the visible manifestation of 2 magical cores perfectly aligned. Perfect alignment? Lysander's voice was skeptical. Between fire and water? Elements don't matter in soul magic, Grandfather explained. It's about the fundamental nature of the mages involved. Their compatibility on a deeper level. I felt my cheeks heat at the implication, and noticed Lysander shifting uncomfortably beside me. But that still doesn't explain why you betrothed us in the first place, I pressed. Even drunk on enchanted wine, surely you must have had some reason? Grandfather's expression grew more serious. I did. Though I didn't remember it until recently. He pulled out another scroll, this one bearing the seal of the Archmage Council. There was a prophecy, you see, made the very night of that celebration. A prophecy? Lysander and I spoke in unison, our rings flaring brightly. Yes, though perhaps vision would be a more accurate term. The Oracle of the Eastern Temples was present that night. She went into a trance during the festivities and spoke of two mages, one born of water and air, one master of fire, whose union would change the very nature of magic itself. A prophecy about us? I sank onto one of the practice ground's stone benches, my mind reeling. That's why you bound us together? In my defense, Grandfather said, spreading his hands. The enchanted wine made it seem like a brilliant idea at the time, and the oracle's words were quite specific. What exactly did she say? Lysander asked, his academic curiosity clearly piqued despite his irritation. Grandfather unrolled another scroll, this one bearing the distinctive shimmer of a memory preservation spell. As he activated it, a ghostly voice filled the air. When water meets fire and air feeds the flame, two souls bound by magic, neither to blame, power united through purple light, will bring forth changes in magic's might. But beware the path of forced desire, for love must bloom 'tween water and fire. Only through choice can power combine to change the way that magic aligns. The voice faded, leaving us in stunned silence. Our rings pulsed steadily, casting that now familiar purple glow across the ancient parchment. Love must bloom? I finally managed, my voice higher than usual. You bound us together based on a prophecy about love? The Oracle's visions have never been wrong, Grandfather defended. Though I admit, forcing the issue through a magical binding might have been counterproductive. Counterproductive. Lysander's voice was dangerously quiet. You bound two people together without their consent, potentially altering the course of their lives based on a drunken interpretation of a prophecy? When you put it that way, it does sound rather irresponsible, Grandfather admitted. But look at what's already happening between you two. The purple light, the way your magics interact, it's exactly as the prophecy described. He wasn't wrong. Even now, I could feel Lysander's magic reaching for mine, like two pieces of a puzzle seeking completion. The connection between us grew stronger with each passing hour, making it increasingly difficult to maintain professional distance. The prophecy mentioned choice, I pointed out, seizing on that detail. But you took our choices away by creating this bond. Actually, Grandfather's eyes twinkled, I may have bound you together, but the choice of whether to maintain that bond remains yours. What do you mean the choice remains ours? Lysander demanded, stepping closer to my grandfather. The temperature in the practice grounds rose noticeably. This binding was forced upon us. The initial binding, yes, Grandfather agreed, seemingly unperturbed by Lysander's anger. But maintaining it, that requires mutual consent. Haven't you noticed how the bond strengthens when you work together, when you choose to connect? I thought about our earlier magical display, how natural it had felt to let our powers merge. That hadn't been forced, it had been instinctive, almost, desired. So we could break it? I asked, trying to ignore how my heart clenched at the thought. Theoretically, yes, if you both truly wished it. Grandfather's eyes twinkled knowingly. Though given what I've just witnessed, I doubt that's what either of you really wants. That's not the point, Lysander growled, though I noticed he didn't deny the statement. The prophecy specifically warned against forced desire, yet you created this binding anyway. I created a possibility, Grandfather corrected. The binding merely ensures you can't ignore the potential between you. What you do with that potential is entirely up to you. And what about Flair? I asked, remembering her fury. The Emberheart family won't take this lightly. Ah, yes. Grandfather's expression grew serious. That situation is complicated. The Emberhearts have already filed a formal complaint with the council. They're demanding the binding be investigated and potentially dissolved. Can they do that? The question came out more anxiously than I intended. They can try. Grandfather smiled mysteriously. But soul magic isn't subject to council authority. It predates our current magical system entirely. That's partly why it's so powerful and so dangerous. Dangerous how? Lysander asked, his academic interest clearly piqued despite his lingering anger. Soul magic responds to emotion, not just will. The stronger the feelings between bonded mages, the more powerful, and potentially volatile, their combined magic becomes. As if to prove his point, our rings flared brilliantly, and that strange purple magic swirled around us unbidden. I felt Lysander's magic reach for mine, and had to consciously resist the urge to respond. "There's something else you need to know," Grandfather said, his expression growing grave. "The prophecy isn't the only reason I came here today. The council is convening an emergency session tomorrow morning." "About us?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. "Yes. The Emberheart family has considerable influence, and they're pushing for immediate action. They claim the binding is dangerous and potentially destabilizing to the magical community." "They're not entirely wrong," Lysander observed, running a hand through his dark hair. "Our combined magic is unpredictable, which is precisely why you need to learn to control it," Grandfather insisted. "Together. The council has given me until tomorrow's session to present a plan for managing this situation." "And what exactly is your plan?" I asked, suspicious of the gleam in his eyes. "Simple. You two will demonstrate your ability to control this bond. Show them that your combined magic isn't a threat, but rather a potential breakthrough in magical understanding." "Tomorrow?" Lysander's voice was incredulous. "We've barely begun to understand this connection ourselves. Then I suggest you spend the rest of today practicing," Grandfather said cheerfully. "The Eastern practice grounds are yours until sunset. I've already cleared it with the Academy staff." "And what exactly are we supposed to demonstrate?" I demanded. "Something impressive, something controlled, something that proves this bond is worth preserving." He rolled up his scrolls with a flourish. "I trust you two can figure out the details." Before either of us could protest further, he turned and strode toward the exit. At the doorway, he paused and looked back. "Oh, and do try to keep the romantic tension to a minimum during the demonstration. The council tends to frown on public displays of affection." I spluttered in embarrassment while Lysander coughed awkwardly. Our rings flared brightly in response to our emotional states, creating dancing purple shadows on the walls. "Well," Lysander said after a moment, his copper eyes meeting mine, "shall we begin?" I nodded, trying to ignore the way my heart raced when he stepped closer. We had less than a day to master a power neither of us fully understood, with the future of our bond hanging in the balance. No pressure at all. Chapter 4. The sun had reached its zenith in the sky when Lysander and I finally began our practice session in earnest. The Eastern practice grounds felt different now, more intimate somehow, with just the two of us surrounded by the humming crystal pillars and that ever-present purple light from our rings. "We need a strategy," Lysander said, pacing the arena with the measured steps of an experienced instructor. "The council will expect more than just pretty lights and synchronized magic. We need to demonstrate both control and practical application." "What about the steam manipulation your mother mentioned? The historical case of Marina and Ash?" "Possible," he mused, stopping to face me. "But we'd need to understand the theoretical framework first. Steam manipulation isn't simply combining fire and water. It's about understanding the precise moment of transformation between states of matter." I nodded, remembering my academic studies. "The point where water becomes vapor, where fire's energy is perfectly balanced with water's resistance to change." "Exactly." His copper eyes lit up with academic enthusiasm, and I couldn't help but notice how it transformed his usually stern features. "But we need to be careful. Too much fire energy, and the water simply evaporates. Too little, and it won't transform at all. So let's experiment," I suggested, already calling water from the nearest fountain. "Start with a small flame?" Lysander nodded, creating a tiny golden flame in his palm. I guided a thin stream of water toward it, trying to maintain precise control. As the elements neared each other, our rings pulsed in unison. The first attempt was a disaster. The water hissed and evaporated instantly, creating a cloud of ordinary steam that quickly dissipated. The second attempt wasn't much better. The water extinguished Lysander's flame before any transformation could occur. "We're thinking about this wrong," Lysander said after our fifth failed attempt. "We're still treating fire and water as opposing forces, but the purple light, the soul magic, it suggests something different. Harmony rather than opposition." I realized, remembering how natural it had felt when we'd let our magics merge earlier. We need to stop fighting each other's elements and start working with them. May I? He asked, stepping closer and holding out his hand. My heart skipped as I placed my smaller hand in his larger one. The contact sent immediate sparks of magic racing through my body. This time, when Lysander created his flame, I didn't try to control the water separately. Instead, I let my magic flow through our joined hands, merging with his fire magic. The purple light intensified, and suddenly I could feel what he was feeling, the passionate energy of fire, the way it danced and transformed everything it touched. In return, I felt him experiencing my water magic, its fluid adaptability, its powerful persistence, its ability to take any shape while maintaining its essential nature. Our elements weren't fighting anymore. They were dancing together, creating something entirely new. The steam that rose between us now glowed with that same purple light, forming complex patterns in the air that responded to our combined will. It wasn't just hot vapor. It was a perfect blend of both our magics, neither fire nor water, but something uniquely ours. Remarkable, Lysander breathed, his face close enough that I could feel the warmth of his words. Do you feel how the elements are interacting? Yes, I whispered, transfixed by the way our magic moved together. It's like they're having a conversation, teaching each other new ways to exist. We spent the next hour exploring this new form of magic, discovering that we could shape the purple steam into solid forms, use it to carry objects, even infuse it with different properties by adjusting the balance between fire and water. Each success brought us closer together, both physically and magically, until the bond between us hummed with potential. This might actually work, Lysander said finally, reluctantly releasing my hand. But we'll need something more dramatic for the council demonstration. Something that proves this bond isn't just about creating pretty lights. I might have an idea about that, I replied, thinking of the defensive magic we'd discovered earlier. But you're not going to like it. Absolutely not, Lysander said firmly, after I explained my idea. A magical duel in front of the council? Have you lost your mind? Think about it, I insisted, pacing the arena excitedly. They're worried about our magic being unstable and dangerous. What better way to prove we can control it than by demonstrating combat magic in a controlled environment? Or we could lose control and destroy the council chambers, he countered. But I could see the academic interest sparking in his copper eyes, though the theoretical applications are fascinating. Exactly. I stopped pacing and faced him. Look what we've already discovered about steam manipulation. Imagine applying that in a combat situation. The purple steam could act as both offense and defense, solid enough to block attacks but fluid enough to strike back. Lysander ran a hand through his dark hair, a gesture I was beginning to recognize as a sign of deep thought. The control required would be immense. We'd need perfect synchronization. We already have that, I pointed out, holding up my ring-adorned hand. The purple light pulsed steadily. The bond ensures our magic works in harmony. We just need to practice the specific applications. And who exactly would we be dueling? He asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Flair, I said simply. She's already furious with both of us. The council will expect her to challenge our bond anyway. This way, we control the situation. You want to deliberately provoke a duel with one of the most powerful fire mages in the academy? Lysander's voice was incredulous. The same mage who tried to incinerate you this morning? Yes, I met his gaze steadily. Because this time we'll be working together, and because nothing will prove our control more than defeating her without causing serious harm. The temperature in the practice grounds rose as Lysander considered my words. I could feel his magic responding to his emotions, concern, interest, and something deeper that made my heart race. It's risky, he said finally. If we lose control, if the bond becomes unstable during combat. Then we practice until we're certain it won't, I interrupted. We have until tomorrow morning. Show me everything you know about combat magic. A slow smile spread across his face, transforming his serious features. Everything I know about combat magic would take years to teach. Then show me what we need for tomorrow, I challenged, calling water to my hands. Unless you're afraid to spar with me? The temperature spiked again as Lysander's smile turned predatory. Golden flames danced across his fingers as he took a fighting stance. Afraid? Never. But don't expect me to go easy on you just because we're bound. I wouldn't dream of it, I replied, matching his stance. Our rings flared brilliantly as our magics rose to meet the challenge. The real training was about to begin. The next several hours were intense, filled with magical exchanges that pushed both of us to our limits. Lysander proved to be an exceptional teacher, even while sparring. His instructions came between bursts of golden flame that I had to dodge or counter. Your defensive instincts are good, he called out, sending another carefully controlled fireball my way. But you're still treating water as just a shield. Think creatively. I gritted my teeth, transforming my water shield into ice spears that shot toward him. He melted them easily, but I was already moving, using my air magic to propel myself to a higher vantage point atop one of the crystal pillars. Better. His approval was evident even as he launched a complex attack pattern, multiple fire streams that curved and twisted through the air like serpents. Now, let's see how you handle multiple threats. Instead of trying to block all the fire streams, I let our bond guide me. The purple light from our rings intensified as I reached for his magic, feeling its nature, understanding its path. Water flowed from my hands, not fighting the fire but dancing with it, creating that mysterious purple steam wherever the elements met. Excellent! Lysander's eyes gleamed with excitement. You're learning to read the fire's intent through our bond. Now, try to maintain that connection while attacking. It was harder than it sounded. Splitting my concentration between offense and defense while maintaining our magical connection made my head spin. Several times I lost control, resulting in spectacular explosions of steam that filled the practice grounds. Don't force it, Lysander advised, moving closer to adjust my stance. His hands on my shoulders sent sparks of magic racing down my spine. Let the bond do the work. Our magic wants to connect. We just need to guide it. He was right behind me now, his chest against my back, his hands sliding down my arms to guide my movements. The proximity made it hard to concentrate, but our magic responded enthusiastically, the purple light growing stronger. Like this, he murmured, his breath warm against my ear as he moved my arms in a fluid pattern. Water and fire spiraled together, creating a double helix of purple steam that we could control with perfect precision. Feel how the elements complement each other? I nodded, not trusting my voice. The bond between us was singing, making it impossible to tell where my magic ended and his began. Together we crafted increasingly complex patterns with our combined power, shields that could both block and attack, streams of purple steam that could solidify or disperse at will. This is incredible, I breathed, watching as our magic transformed the practice grounds into a swirling canvas of purple light. But will it be enough to convince the council? It's not just about convincing them, Lysander said softly, still holding me. This bond, it's changing everything we thought we knew about elemental magic. Fire and water aren't supposed to work together like this. Maybe that's why the prophecy exists, I suggested, turning to face him. To challenge what we think is possible. Our eyes met, and for a moment, the magic around us responded to something deeper than conscious control. The purple light pulsed with our heartbeats, creating patterns too complex to follow. We should rest, Lysander said finally, stepping back with visible reluctance. Save our strength for tomorrow's demonstration. But as we moved to leave the practice grounds, both of us knew that something fundamental had shifted between us. The bond wasn't just a magical connection anymore. It was becoming something far more personal, far more dangerous. And tomorrow, we would have to prove it was worth preserving. Chapter 5. The sun was setting when we finally left the practice grounds, casting long shadows through the crystal pillars. Both of us were exhausted, our magical reserves nearly depleted from hours of intense training. Yet the bond between us felt stronger than ever, humming with potential. We should discuss strategy for tomorrow, Lysander said as we walked through the academy's corridors. The council will expect a formal presentation before any demonstration. And what exactly are we going to tell them? I asked. trying not to focus on how close he was walking beside me. That their archmage got drunk and accidentally created an ancient form of soul magic? Perhaps we should emphasize the positive aspects instead, he suggested dryly. The educational possibilities alone are fascinating. Imagine being able to teach students how different elements can work together instead of in opposition. Assuming the Emberhearts don't convince the council to dissolve the bond first, I reminded him. Flare seemed quite determined this morning. Lysander's expression darkened. Flare has always been passionate, but she's also intelligent. If we can demonstrate that this bond serves a greater purpose than just our personal lives, she might be persuaded to withdraw her objection. You really believe that? I couldn't keep the skepticism from my voice. I believe she cares about magical advancement as much as anyone at the Academy, he replied carefully. And what we discovered today, the purple steam, the way our elements enhance each other, it's unprecedented. We reached the guest quarters where I'd been assigned rooms. Lysander paused at the door, his copper eyes reflecting the purple light from our rings. Get some rest, he said softly. Tomorrow will be challenging enough without magical exhaustion. Lysander? I called as he turned to leave. What if? What if we can't convince them? What if they try to force us to break the bee-bond? He was quiet for a long moment, and I felt his magic stir through our connection, determination, protectiveness, and something deeper that made my heart race. Then we'll face that challenge together, he finally said. This bond may have been forced upon us, but what we do with it now is our choice, and I choose to fight for it. The intensity in his voice made me shiver. Our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization, and for a moment I could feel everything he wasn't saying. His growing feelings, his fears, his determination to protect what was developing between us. Together then, I whispered, and watched as he smiled, a real smile that transformed his entire face. Together, he agreed, then turned and strode away before either of us could say more. I entered my rooms feeling both exhausted and oddly energized. Tomorrow would change everything, one way or another, but at least I wouldn't face it alone. Sleep proved elusive that night. Despite my exhaustion, my mind kept replaying the day's events, the magical training, Lysander's closeness, the way our powers had merged so perfectly. The purple light from my ring cast shifting shadows on the ceiling as I tossed and turned. A soft knock at my door startled me from my thoughts. Opening it, I found Alara, my maid and closest friend, holding a steaming cup of tea. I thought you might need this, she said, entering with a knowing smile. The servants are talking about nothing but your practice session with Lord Darkfire. Apparently, the purple light could be seen from halfway across the academy. Wonderful, I groaned, accepting the tea gratefully. Just what we need, more attention. Tell me everything, Alara demanded, settling onto the edge of my bed. And don't leave out any details about how his hands felt on your shoulders during that combat training. I nearly choked on my tea. You were watching? Half the academy was watching, dear, though most couldn't get close enough to see the intimate moments. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. That bond between you seems to be developing quite nicely. It's not like that, I protested weakly. We're just learning to control the magic. Of course, she agreed, though her tone suggested otherwise. That's why you both looked absolutely devastated when he left you at the door. Purely professional disappointment. I threw a pillow at her but couldn't help laughing. Trust Alara to see right through my attempts at maintaining distance. She'd been my confidant since childhood, and nothing escaped her notice. It's complicated, I admitted finally. The bond. It makes everything more intense. When we're together, using magic, it feels like the most natural thing in the world. But then I remember how this all started. A drunken mistake by my grandfather. A prophecy that may or may not be about us. And Flare, Alara added softly. I heard about this morning's incident. Yes, Flare. I sighed, remembering the fury in the other woman's eyes, who will probably try to incinerate me again tomorrow in front of the entire council. About that, Alara's expression grew serious. There are rumors circulating about tomorrow's demonstration. The Emberheart family has apparently been meeting with council members all day, trying to gather support for dissolving the bond. Can they actually do that? I asked, though grandfather had already assured us they couldn't. Technically, no, but they can make things very difficult for both you and Lord Darkfire. The Amberhearts have considerable influence in the magical community. I stood and walked to the window, watching the moonlight play across the academy grounds. Somewhere out there, Lysander was probably having similar thoughts. We'll just have to prove them wrong, I said finally. Show them that this bond isn't a mistake or a threat, but something valuable, something worth preserving, or something worth fighting for. Alara's voice was gentle. Yes, I whispered, touching my ring. The purple light pulsed steadily, like a heartbeat, something worth fighting for. Dawn was just beginning to paint the sky when I felt it, a subtle shift in the magical atmosphere that made my ring pulse urgently. Something was wrong. Through our bond, I could sense Lysander's sudden alertness, followed by a spike of concern. Without thinking, I threw on a robe and rushed from my rooms, following the pull of our connection. I found him in one of the academy's smaller courtyards, facing a very angry Flare Emberheart. "You can't do this," she was saying, her voice tight with barely controlled emotion. "The demonstration, the council meeting, it's all a farce. This bond is an abomination." "Flare," Lysander's voice was carefully neutral. "We've discussed this. The bond exists whether you approve or not. Then I'll make sure the council sees exactly how dangerous it is," she threatened, flames dancing around her clenched fists. "One way or another, this ends today." I stepped into the courtyard, making my presence known. "It doesn't have to be like this, Flare. We can work together to understand what's happening. Understanding?" She laughed bitterly. "I understand perfectly. My betrothed is bound to another woman because of some drunken old man's mistake. And now you're both pretending it's some grand magical discovery?" "It's not pretense," Lysander said firmly. "What's happening between us is real magic, Flare, ancient and powerful. Fighting it won't change anything. We'll see about that." Her eyes blazed with determination. "I challenge you both right now, before the council can interfere." "That's not wise," I warned, feeling our rings pulse in response to the threat. Purple light began to fill the courtyard. "We've been practicing. Our combined magic is stronger than you realize." She struck without warning, sending a massive fireball directly at me. But this time, I was ready. Water rose to meet the attack, guided by both my will and Lysander's understanding of fire's nature. Where the elements met, purple steam erupted, absorbing and transforming the energy. "Impossible," Flare breathed, watching as her attack dissipated harmlessly. "No," Lysander moved to stand beside me, our magic merging effortlessly now. "Not impossible, just different from what we thought we knew." The sun crested the horizon as we stood there, three mages locked in a moment of understanding. Flare's anger seemed to deflate slightly as she watched the purple steam swirl around us. "The council meeting is in 2 hours," I said softly. "Come and see what we can do. Judge us fairly. That's all we ask." For a long moment, Flare said nothing. Then, with a sharp nod, she turned and walked away, leaving us alone in the purple-lit courtyard. "Well," Lysander said dryly, "I suppose that counts as a practice run." I couldn't help laughing, the tension breaking. "At least now we know our control holds under pressure." "Indeed." He smiled, taking my hand. "Ready to face the council?" I squeezed his hand, feeling our magic sing through the connection. "Ready?" Chapter 6. The council chambers were located in the highest tower of the academy, a vast circular room with walls of pure crystal that caught the morning light. As Lysander and I entered, I couldn't help but marvel at the ancient magic that hummed through the very stones. 12 ornate chairs were arranged in a semicircle, each occupied by a council member in formal robes. My grandfather sat in the center, his archmage's staff gleaming. The gallery above was packed with spectators, students, professors, and what seemed like half the magical nobility of the capital. I spotted Flare among them, her expression unreadable. After our confrontation at dawn, I wasn't sure if she would support or oppose us. "Lysander Darkfire and Anya Silverleaf." My grandfather's voice rang out formally. "You stand before the council to address concerns regarding the magical bond between you. The Emberheart family has filed a formal complaint, citing dangers to the magical community and requesting immediate dissolution of the bond. I felt Lysander tense beside me, our rings pulsing in sync. Through our connection, I could sense his determination mixing with my own nervousness. Before we hear arguments, Counselor Moonshadow spoke up, her silver hair gleaming. Perhaps a demonstration of this controversial magic would be appropriate. We've heard many claims about its nature. Of course, honored counsel. Lysander stepped forward, his voice steady. With your permission, we would like to show you what we've discovered about the interaction between fire and water magic through this bond. Proceed. My grandfather nodded, though I caught the glimmer of concern in his eyes. He hadn't expected us to volunteer for a demonstration so quickly. Lysander and I moved to the center of the chamber, where a large circular platform was inlaid with protective runes. As we took our positions, I noticed several council members leaning forward with interest. What we're about to show you, I began, drawing water from the air, represents a fundamental shift in our understanding of elemental magic. Fire and water are traditionally seen as opposing forces. But through this bond, Lysander continued, golden flames dancing around his hands, we've discovered they can work in perfect harmony. Our rings flared brilliantly as we began the demonstration we'd practiced. Water and fire spiraled together, creating that mysterious purple steam that had so fascinated us during training. We moved in perfect synchronization, our magic weaving complex patterns in the air. Gasps echoed through the chamber as we demonstrated the steam's ability to solidify and disperse at will, its capacity to both shield and attack, its strange purple glow that seemed to defy natural law. Remarkable, Counselor Frostweave murmured, his ice-blue eyes wide. The elements aren't fighting each other at all. They're enhancing each other. This is just the beginning, Lysander explained, maintaining our magical display. We believe this form of magic, what historical records call soul magic, could revolutionize how we teach elemental compatibility. A murmur ran through the council members, but before they could respond, a sharp voice cut through the chamber. Enough of this performance. Flair stood from her seat in the gallery, her eyes blazing. If you want to see what this soul magic really does, let's test it properly. I challenge them both to a formal duel. The chamber erupted in chaos as council members argued about the propriety of such a challenge. But Lysander and I exchanged a quick glance, our rings pulsing with shared purpose. This was exactly what we prepared for. The council chamber erupted into chaos at Flair's challenge. Councilors argued amongst themselves, while spectators in the gallery whispered excitedly. My grandfather raised his staff, sending a pulse of magic that restored order to the room. Lady Emberheart, he spoke carefully, you understand the gravity of issuing a formal challenge before the council? I do. Flair's voice rang with conviction. By ancient law, any mage may challenge a disputed magical bond through trial by combat. The outcome determines the validity of the bond. That law hasn't been invoked in centuries, Counselor Moonshadow protested. And never for soul magic. Perhaps it's time we tested it then. Flair descended from the gallery, her crimson robes flowing around her, unless the bound pair fears to prove their control. I felt Lysander's magic stir through our connection, not anger, but a calm determination that steadied my own nerves. We'd prepared for this possibility, had even counted on it. We accept the challenge, Lysander declared, his copper eyes meeting Flair's. Under traditional rules of magical combat. Traditional rules? Counselor Frostweave leaned forward. You mean? 3 rounds, I explained, stepping forward, each focusing on a different aspect of magical control. Defense, offense, and combined casting. And the stakes? My grandfather asked, though his knowing smile suggested he'd anticipated this entire scenario. If we win, Lysander stated clearly, the council acknowledges our bond as legitimate and beneficial to the magical community. No further attempts will be made to dissolve it. And if I win, Flair's eyes gleamed, you both submit to whatever method the council deems necessary to break the bond. The chamber fell silent as the council members exchanged glances. Finally, my grandfather spoke again. The challenge is properly issued and accepted. As Archmage, I will oversee the combat. He stood, his staff glowing with power. The duel will commence in 1 hour, giving both parties time to prepare. The great arena will be prepared according to traditional protocols. As the chamber began to empty, Flare approached us, her expression fierce but controlled. I hope you understand. This isn't just about personal feelings anymore. Soul magic is dangerous, unpredictable. The magical community needs to see exactly what it can do. We understand perfectly, Lysander replied quietly, which is why we're going to show them everything. Through our bond, I felt his confidence, his trust in our combined abilities. The purple light from our rings seemed to pulse stronger, more steadily. 1 hour, Flare nodded sharply, then turned and strode away. As soon as she was gone, I turned to Lysander. Well, that went exactly as planned. Almost too perfectly, he mused, running a hand through his dark hair. My mother's influence, perhaps? She always did have a talent for manipulating situations. Does it matter? I asked, watching as servants began preparing the arena below. We got what we wanted, a chance to prove ourselves publicly. True? He took my hand, sending warm sparks of magic through our connection. Are you ready for this? Flare won't hold back. I squeezed his hand, feeling our magic harmonize. Neither will we. The great arena was a marvel of magical architecture, with towering crystalline walls that could withstand the most powerful spells. As Lysander and I entered through the competitor's gate, I saw that the stands were already packed with spectators. The entire academy seemed to have turned out for the duel. The traditional rules of magical combat are simple, my grandfather announced from his position in the judge's box. 3 rounds, each with a specific focus. Competitors may use any form of magic at their disposal, but killing blows are strictly forbidden. The council will judge each round based on skill, control, and effectiveness. I noticed several protective barriers being erected around the arena, standard procedure for high-level magical duels. The air hummed with anticipation and barely contained power. First round, defense, grandfather declared. Competitors will demonstrate their ability to protect themselves and others from magical attacks. Lady Emberheart will attack, while Lord Darkfire and Lady Silverleaf defend. Begin when ready. Flare took her position at one end of the arena, her crimson robes billowing in the magical wind that seemed to follow her. Lysander and I stood together at the opposite end, our rings pulsing with shared energy. Remember, Lysander murmured, we don't just need to block her attacks. We need to show them something they've never seen before. I nodded, feeling our magic merge into that now familiar harmony. The purple light between us grew stronger, drawing curious whispers from the crowd. Flare didn't waste time with warnings. Her first attack was a massive wave of golden fire that roared toward us like a dragon's breath. But we were ready. Water and fire merged under our combined will, creating a shield of purple steam that didn't just block her attack, it absorbed it, growing stronger. Impossible, I heard someone in the crowd gasp. Flare's eyes narrowed, and she launched a more complex assault, multiple fireballs that split and curved, trying to find weak points in our defense. Again, our purple steam responded, forming intricate patterns that caught and transformed each attack. Remarkable control, Counselor Moonshadow commented. The elements aren't fighting each other at all. But Flare wasn't finished. Her next attack was her signature move, a spiral of white-hot flame that could melt stone. I felt Lysander's concern through our bond, but also his complete trust in our combined abilities. Instead of trying to block the intense heat, we let our magic flow together in a new way. The purple steam condensed into crystal-like formations, refracting and redirecting Flare's fire back into harmless light shows that danced across the arena walls. The crowd erupted in applause, but I barely heard them. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's exhilaration matching my own. We'd done more than just defend. We'd created something entirely new. The defense round is complete, my grandfather announced, though I noticed his eyes were twinkling with pride. The council will now deliberate before the offense round begins. As we waited, I felt Lysander's hand find mine. That was incredible, he whispered. Did you feel how the magic responded? Like it knew exactly what we needed, I agreed. But Flare looks furious. The offense round will be harder. Indeed, Flare was conferring with her seconds, her gestures sharp with frustration. Whatever she had planned for the next round, it would push our abilities to their limits. But as I stood there, Lysander's hand warm in mine, our magic singing between us, I wasn't afraid. We discovered something powerful, something worth fighting for, and we were only just beginning. Second round offense, my grandfather announced, after the council finished their deliberations. Lord Darkfire and Lady Silverleaf will demonstrate their offensive capabilities, while Lady Emberheart defends. Begin when ready. This time, Flare took a defensive stance, her magic creating a traditional dome of golden fire around her. The challenge would be penetrating her defenses without causing serious harm, something that required perfect control. Ready? Lysander murmured, his copper eyes meeting mine. I nodded, feeling our magic already beginning to merge, just like we practiced. Our first attack was deliberately simple, a wave of purple steam that crashed against Flare's shield like ocean waves on a cliff. She held firm, but I noticed her eyes widening at the way our magic behaved. Lysander whispered, and we began the more complex patterns we'd developed. The purple steam split into multiple streams, each moving independently but in perfect harmony. Some attacked head-on while others curved around, seeking weak points in Flare's defenses. Where fire met steam, fascinating reactions occurred. The purple light seemed to dance and multiply. Extraordinary, I heard Counselor Frostwave comment. The combined magic isn't just attacking, it's analyzing and adapting to her defenses. He was right. Through our bond, we could feel exactly how Flare's magic responded to each attack, allowing us to adjust our strategy in real time. The purple steam began to form more intricate patterns, creating what looked like a living lattice of magical energy. Flare's expression turned fierce as she reinforced her shields, adding layers of white-hot flame. But our magic had evolved beyond simple fire and water. The purple steam could now solidify into crystal-like formations or disperse into near-invisible mist, making it increasingly difficult for her to predict our attacks. Look at their rings, someone in the crowd gasped. Indeed, the purple light had grown so intense it was casting shadows across the entire arena. Finally, we executed our most complex move, one we discovered almost by accident during practice. The purple steam condensed into thousands of tiny droplets, each containing a perfect balance of fire and water magic. They surrounded Flare's shield like a swarm of glowing fireflies. "What are you doing?" she demanded, clearly unsettled by this new manifestation. Instead of answering, we let the droplets begin their dance. Each one touched her shield at precisely the same moment, creating a harmonic resonance that made her fire magic vibrate at its own frequency. Her golden dome flickered, then dissolved completely, leaving her exposed but unharmed. The arena erupted in applause and excited chatter. Even some council members were standing, pointing at various aspects of our display and arguing about the theoretical implications. "Enough!" Flare's voice cut through the noise. Her eyes blazed with a mixture of anger and, "Was that fear? You've made your point about control. But there's still one round left." "Combined casting," my grandfather confirmed, though he was beaming with barely concealed pride. After a brief rest, both parties will demonstrate their ability to work together on a shared magical goal. As we moved to the resting area, Lysander kept his hand in mine. "That was incredible," he said softly. "The way you anticipated every movement, every adjustment." "It wasn't just me," I replied, squeezing his hand. "Our magic. It's like it has a mind of its own now. Like it knows exactly what we need before we do." Through our bond, I felt his agreement and something deeper, a growing certainty that what we shared was more than just magical compatibility. The purple light pulsed steadily between us, a visible manifestation of something that was becoming increasingly difficult to deny. But as we watched Flare conferring intensely with her seconds, we both knew the hardest test was still to come. Combined casting would require all three of us to work together, something that seemed almost impossible given the current tensions. "Whatever happens," Lysander said quietly, "we face it together." I nodded, drawing strength from our connection. Together. The final round of combined casting was traditionally meant to demonstrate magical cooperation between opposing parties. As we took our positions in the arena, I could feel the tension crackling in the air like static before a storm. "For the final round," my grandfather announced, All three competitors must work together to create a unified magical display. The council will judge based on harmony, control, and artistic merit. Flare approached us slowly, her expression guarded. "I propose we create a fountain," she said stiffly. "Fire for light, water for substance, and our combined magic for structure." "Agreed," Lysander nodded, though I felt his caution through our bond. "Anya can provide the water base, you can add the fire elements, and I'll help coordinate between the two." I took my position, drawing water from the air to create the foundation of our display. The water formed a basic circular pool, waiting for Flare's contribution. She added streams of golden fire that began to dance around the water, creating beautiful patterns of light and shadow. At first, everything seemed to be working perfectly. Our magics wove together in a stunning display of elemental harmony. But then I felt it, a subtle shift in the magical balance. Flare was pushing more power into her fire streams, making them burn hotter and brighter. "Careful," Lysander warned, sensing the change through our bond. "Too much heat will destabilize the entire structure." But Flare didn't back down. If anything, her flames grew more intense. The water began to steam rapidly, threatening to evaporate completely. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's growing concern. "We need to stabilize it," he murmured. "Together." Understanding flowed between us through the purple light. Without speaking, we let our magic merge completely, creating that unique purple steam that had become our signature. It spread through the fountain, acting as a buffer between Flare's fire and my water. The effect was spectacular. The purple steam formed intricate spirals and patterns, refracting both fire and water in ways that created rainbow-like displays across the arena. Even Flare seemed momentarily stunned by the beauty of it. But then something unexpected happened. As our three magics intertwined, the purple light from our rings suddenly flared brilliantly. Ancient runes appeared in the air around us, glowing with their own inner light. "The prophecy," I heard someone in the council gasp. Indeed, the runes matched those from the ancient texts about soul magic. They spun around our fountain, adding their own magic to the display. The entire arena was bathed in shifting patterns of gold, blue, and purple light. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's amazement matching my own. This wasn't just a magical display anymore. It was proof that the prophecy was real, that our bond was meant to be. Even Flare seemed affected. Her expression shifted from anger to something closer to awe as she watched the runes dance through our combined magic. For a moment, all three of us were perfectly synchronized, our powers working in complete harmony. The display reached its crescendo, the runes spinning faster and faster until they burst into thousands of tiny lights that rained down over the amazed spectators. As the magic faded, the arena fell into stunned silence. Then my grandfather stood, his eyes shining with tears of joy. "I believe," he said softly, "the council has seen enough." The council chambers fell into hushed silence as the members gathered to deliver their verdict. The afternoon sun streamed through the crystal walls, casting rainbow patterns across the floor, a fitting echo of our magical display. "Before we announce our decision," my grandfather began, his voice carrying the weight of his office, "I believe Lady Emberheart has something to say." All eyes turned to Flare as she stepped forward. Her expression was complex, a mixture of resignation, respect, and lingering sadness. "I withdraw my objection to the bond," she said clearly, though the words seemed to cost her. "What I witnessed today, it goes beyond personal feelings or traditional magic. The prophecy runes that appeared during our combined casting, they prove this bond serves a greater purpose." A murmur ran through the assembled crowd. Lysander squeezed my hand, our rings pulsing in perfect harmony. "The council agrees," Councillor Moonshadow announced, standing. "What we've witnessed today represents a revolutionary advancement in magical theory, the ability to combine opposing elements without conflict, to create entirely new forms of magic. The educational implications alone are staggering. Therefore," my grandfather continued, "by unanimous decision, the council recognizes and sanctions the soul bond between Lysander Darkfire and Anya Silverleaf." Furthermore, we request that they work with the Academy to document and study this new form of magic for the benefit of future generations. The chamber erupted in applause. I felt Lysander's joy and relief flowing through our bond, matching my own emotions perfectly. The purple light between us seemed to dance with celebration. "There's more," Counselor Frostweave added once the noise died down. "The appearance of the prophecy runes during the trial suggests this bond may have far-reaching implications beyond what we currently understand. The Council proposes establishing a new research department dedicated to soul magic, with Lord Darkfire and Lady Silverleaf as its heads." I caught my breath, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what was being offered. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's excitement at the academic possibilities. "We accept," he said formally, then turned to me with a softer expression. "Together?" "Together," I agreed, smiling up at him. As the chamber began to empty, Flair approached us one last time. "I still think you're both crazy," she said, but there was a hint of humor in her voice. "But what you can do together, it's remarkable. Don't waste it." She walked away before we could respond, her head held high. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mixture of gratitude and closure. "Well," my grandfather said, joining us with a suspiciously innocent expression, "everything worked out rather nicely, didn't it?" "You planned this," I accused, though I couldn't stop smiling. "The challenge, the demonstration, all of it. I merely provided opportunities," he said, eyes twinkling. "You two did the rest, though I must admit the prophecy runes were an unexpected bonus." As we left the council chambers, I noticed the sun setting over the Academy grounds, painting the sky in shades of gold and purple. Lysander's hand was warm in mine, our magic humming contentedly between us. "What happens now?" I asked softly. He turned to me, copper eyes bright with possibilities. "Now? Now we begin the real adventure. Learning, teaching, discovering everything this bond can do. Together," I finished, feeling our rings pulse in perfect synchronization. "Always together," he agreed, and kissed me as the purple light danced around us, a promise of all the wonders yet to come. The days following the Council's decision were a whirlwind of activity. The Academy buzzed with excitement as news of the newly established Department of Soul Magic spread throughout the magical community. Lysander and I found ourselves at the center of what felt like a magical revolution. "I still can't believe we have an entire wing of the Academy," I said, standing in what would become our primary research chamber. The room was vast, with high vaulted ceilings and walls lined with empty bookshelves waiting to be filled with our discoveries. "My mother's already volunteered her personal library of ancient texts," Lysander replied, his hand warm in mine as we surveyed our new domain. "And your grandfather mentioned something about sealed archives that might contain more information about soul magic." Through our bond, I could feel his excitement matching my own. The purple light from our rings cast shifting patterns across the crystalline floors, seeming to respond to our shared enthusiasm. "Speaking of your mother," I turned to him with a smile, "she's been surprisingly helpful with all the arrangements. I would have thought she'd be more resistant, given everything with flair." Lysander's copper eyes held a hint of amusement. "Mother always preferred academic advancement to social conventions. Besides, I think she's rather fond of you, especially after that display with the prophecy runes." We'd spent hours discussing that moment, the unexpected appearance of ancient magical symbols during our combined casting. The council scholars were still debating its significance, but one thing was clear: our bond was more than just a magical accident. "Lord Darkfire? Lady Silverleaf?" A young apprentice appeared at the door, looking slightly overwhelmed. "The Archmage requests your presence in his study, and Lady Emberheart is here to see you as well." I felt Lysander tense slightly through our bond, but his voice remained calm. "Thank you. We'll be there shortly." Once the apprentice left, I squeezed his hand. "Are you ready for this? Flair's been unpredictable lately." "She requested this meeting," he reminded me, "and after what happened in the arena, I think she might finally be ready to move forward." We made our way through the Academy's corridors, our magic humming contentedly between us. Students and professors alike stopped to watch us pass, many still fascinated by the visible manifestation of our bond. The purple light had become stronger since the trial, more stable, as if our public demonstration had somehow strengthened the connection. My grandfather's study was exactly as I remembered it from childhood. Walls covered in magical artifacts, comfortable chairs arranged around a perpetually burning fireplace, and the ever-present scent of ancient books and magical experiments. Flair was already there, looking surprisingly composed in formal robes of deep burgundy rather than her usual flame red. My grandfather sat behind his massive desk, his expression carefully neutral. "Ah, excellent," he said as we entered. "Now we can begin discussing the future of magical education at the Academy." I blinked in surprise, feeling Lysander's matching confusion through our bond. This wasn't quite what we'd expected from this meeting. "The Council has approved a complete restructuring of our elemental magic curriculum," Flair announced, her voice steady, "and they've asked me to assist in developing new teaching methods that incorporate what we learned from your unique situation." The purple light pulsed between Lysander and me as we processed this unexpected development. Through our bond, I could feel his mind working through the implications, matching my own thoughts perfectly. "You want to help us?" I asked carefully. Flair's lips curved in a small but genuine smile. "I want to understand. What you two can do, it challenges everything we thought we knew about elemental compatibility, and as much as it pains me to admit it, I want to be part of that discovery." The silence that followed Flair's declaration was broken only by the soft humming of our magical bond. My grandfather leaned back in his chair, looking entirely too pleased with himself. "I've arranged for the three of you to have joint teaching responsibilities," he explained, producing a stack of scrolls from his desk. "Starting with a special seminar series on elemental compatibility for our advanced students." "Joint teaching?" Lysander's surprise echoed through our bond, though his voice remained steady. "That's ambitious. Precisely what the Academy needs," Flair interjected, her eyes glinting with determination. "Think about it. Fire, water, and combined soul magic, all demonstrated and explained by those who understand it best. We could revolutionize how elemental magic is taught." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind working through the possibilities. The purple light between us pulsed thoughtfully as we considered the implications. "There's more," my grandfather added, unrolling one of the scrolls. "The Council has approved the construction of a new training facility specifically designed for experimental magic, complete with enhanced safety measures and observation areas for students." "And you want us to help design it?" I asked, already seeing the potential. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's excitement building to match my own. Who better? Flair stood and walked to the large window overlooking the Academy grounds. "You two have discovered forms of magic that shouldn't be possible. Traditional training methods won't be sufficient." She turned back to face us, and I was struck by the change in her demeanor. Gone was the angry, jealous woman who had challenged us. In her place stood a passionate scholar, eager to push the boundaries of magical understanding. "I've been studying the records of your demonstration," she continued, producing her own set of notes. "The way your purple steam interacts with other elements. It's fascinating and potentially revolutionary for protective magic." Lysander stepped forward, drawn by the academic discussion. "We've noticed it seems to adapt to whatever magic it encounters, almost like it's learning." "Exactly." Flair's eyes lit up. "And if we can understand how that works, we might be able to develop new forms of magical shields, ones that grow stronger instead of weaker under attack." The three of us gathered around my grandfather's desk, examining Flair's notes. The purple light from our rings cast shifting patterns across the parchment as we discussed theories and possibilities. "There's something else you should know," my grandfather interrupted gently. "The prophecy runes that appeared during your demonstration, they've been appearing elsewhere in the Academy. Always in pairs, always in the same purple light." "What does it mean?" I asked, feeling Lysander's concern mirror my own. "We're not entirely sure," he admitted, "but the ancient texts suggest this might be just the beginning. Soul magic was once much more common, used not just for combat, but for healing, protection, even building entire cities. And you think we could rediscover those applications?" Lysander's voice was thoughtful. With the right team, Flair answered before my grandfather could speak. The three of us working together, we could unlock secrets that have been lost for centuries. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's agreement and growing excitement. The purple light seemed to brighten, responding to our shared purpose. Well then, I said, smiling at both of them, when do we start? The next few weeks transformed the academy in ways none of us could have predicted. Our new department quickly became the most talked-about addition to the magical curriculum in centuries. Students would gather outside our research chamber, hoping to catch glimpses of the purple light that now regularly illuminated our experiments. I think we need more space, Lysander observed one morning, surveying our increasingly crowded workspace. Books and scrolls covered every surface, magical instruments cluttered the tables, and the walls were covered in charts tracking our discoveries about soul magic. Through our bond, I felt his mild frustration with the chaos, though it was tempered by excitement about our progress. The purple light between us had grown stronger with each passing day, responding to our deepening understanding of its nature. The new training facility should be ready within a month, Flair commented, looking up from a particularly ancient text she'd been studying, though I still think we should add another observation level. The student interest has exceeded all expectations. She wasn't wrong. Our first seminar had drawn such a crowd that we'd had to move it to the Great Hall. The sight of fire and water magic working in perfect harmony, enhanced by the mysterious purple energy of our bond, had captured the imagination of the entire magical community. Speaking of students, I said, organizing some notes, have you noticed something strange about their attempts to replicate our results? Lysander nodded, moving to stand beside me. Through our bond, I could feel his thoughts aligning with mine. The paired casting experiments. Some of them are producing similar effects, even without a soul bond. Exactly. Flair joined us, her eyes bright with academic enthusiasm. Look at these readings from yesterday's advanced class. She spread out a series of magical measurements across the table. When students work in pairs, focusing on complementary rather than opposing elements, they're achieving a kind of resonance. Not quite like our bond, I mused, feeling the familiar pulse of purple light between Lysander and me, but definitely something new, something that challenges traditional theories about elemental compatibility. It's as if... Lysander paused, his copper eyes distant as he worked through the concept. Through our connection, I could feel him assembling the pieces of a larger theory, as if the soul bond isn't creating the harmony between elements, but rather revealing a potential that was always there. That would explain the prophecy runes, Flair added excitedly. If soul magic was once common, maybe it wasn't because more people had soul bonds, but because they understood how to achieve elemental harmony without them. The implications were staggering. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine, considering the possibilities. The purple light seemed to pulse with renewed energy, responding to our shared revelation. We need to document this, I said, already reaching for fresh parchment. If we can develop a systematic approach to teaching elemental harmony, it could revolutionize magical education entirely, Flair finished, her previous antagonism completely forgotten in the excitement of discovery. No more rigid separation of elements. No more limiting students to their primary affinities. A complete restructuring of how we understand and teach magic, Lysander agreed, his hand finding mine as our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the doorway, my grandfather, looking both amused and proud. I see you've finally figured it out, he said, eyes twinkling. The true purpose of soul magic. My grandfather settled into his favorite chair by the fireplace, a knowing smile playing across his face. The ancient texts speak of a time when elemental magic was far more fluid, more interconnected. Soul bonds weren't just romantic connections, they were teaching tools. Teaching tools? Lysander and I exchanged glances, our rings pulsing with shared curiosity. Indeed. Grandfather produced an ancient scroll from his robes. This document describes how master mages would form temporary soul bonds with their students to demonstrate the true nature of elemental harmony. The bond would allow students to experience firsthand how different types of magic could work together. Flare leaned forward, her academic interest fully engaged. But something changed. The knowledge was lost. Not lost, Grandfather corrected. Hidden. There were those who believed such power was too dangerous, that it would upset the carefully maintained balance between magical disciplines. They worked to suppress the knowledge, to enforce strict separation between elements. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine, connecting pieces of a puzzle we hadn't even known we were solving. The purple light between us seemed to pulse with renewed purpose. That's why the prophecy runes are appearing now, I said slowly. They're not just about our bond, they're about restoring what was lost. Precisely, Grandfather beamed. Your bond isn't an accident or a mistake. It's a catalyst, meant to help rebuild the bridges between magical disciplines that were deliberately torn down centuries ago. But why now? Lysander asked, though through our connection, I could feel him already forming theories. Why us? Because you were ready, Grandfather said simply. Both of you have always questioned traditional limitations. And Flare, he turned to her with a warm smile. Your presence here proves that even those most devoted to elemental purity can recognize the value of change. Flare actually blushed slightly. I still think you manipulated this entire situation, she accused, but there was no heat in her words. Of course I did, Grandfather chuckled. That's what archmages do. We see the bigger picture and nudge things in the right direction. Speaking of which, he produced another scroll, this one bearing the council's seal. What's this? I asked, though the purple light was already pulsing with anticipation. Authorization to expand your research beyond the Academy. There are other magical institutions around the world that have expressed interest in your discoveries. The Council believes it's time to share this knowledge more broadly. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own. The possibility of spreading our understanding of elemental harmony, of helping others discover the true potential of combined magic. We'll need to develop a systematic approach. Flare was already making notes. Start with the basics of paired casting, then gradually introduce more complex combinations. And document everything, Lysander added, his hand warm in mine. Create new textbooks that challenge old assumptions about elemental compatibility. Build a new foundation for magical education. I finished, feeling our shared purpose resonating through the purple light. My grandfather watched us with proud satisfaction. And so it begins, he murmured. The restoration of what was lost and the discovery of what might be. As we pored over my grandfather's ancient scrolls, the purple light from our rings cast dancing shadows across the parchment. Each revelation seemed to lead to more questions, more possibilities. Look at this passage, Lysander pointed to a faded section of text. It describes something called resonance teaching, where master mages would create temporary magical connections with multiple students at once. Through our bond, I felt his excitement building as he traced the ancient runes. The purple light pulsed stronger, as if responding to the knowledge we were uncovering. That could explain why our students are showing signs of elemental harmony, Flare mused, making rapid notes. Perhaps our demonstrations are creating a kind of echo of the old teaching methods. More than an echo, my grandfather interjected. The prophecy runes appearing throughout the Academy suggest something far more significant is happening. The old magic is awakening. As if to emphasize his point, a shimmer of purple light suddenly appeared on the wall behind us, forming into those now familiar ancient symbols before fading away again. They're becoming more frequent, I noted, feeling Lysander's agreement through our bond. And they seem to respond to moments of magical breakthrough or understanding, like the magic itself is trying to guide us, Lysander added, his copper eyes thoughtful. Showing us where to look, what to try next, Flare stood and began pacing, her academic enthusiasm fully engaged. We need to document these occurrences systematically, track when and where the runes appear, what magical activities trigger them. And more importantly, my grandfather said softly, we need to understand what they're trying to tell us. The ancient text suggests that soul magic was meant to be a bridge, not just between elements, but between different forms of magical knowledge entirely. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working through the implications. The purple light between us grew stronger as we both reached the same conclusion. That's why the traditional methods of teaching magic have become so rigid, I said slowly. Without the bridge of soul magic, each discipline became isolated, defensive of its territory. Exactly, Grandfather beamed. And now you two, with your unexpected bond, have created an opportunity to rebuild those bridges. But, his expression grew serious, it won't be easy. There are still those who prefer the old ways, who fear what this change might bring, like the council members who opposed our bond initially, Lysander noted, his hand finding mine as our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization. And others, Flair added grimly. I've already heard whispers of resistance from some of the more traditional magical institutions. They're concerned about what this could mean for their authority, their teaching methods. Let them worry, I said firmly, drawing strength from our bond. We have proof now, not just in our own magic, but in what our students are achieving. The old ways aren't the only ways. The following days brought a flurry of activity as we prepared for our first international presentation. The council had arranged for magical scholars from across the world to attend a demonstration of our combined magic and its implications for magical education. Are you nervous? Lysander asked softly as we prepared in our chamber. Through our bond, I could feel his own mixture of excitement and anticipation. A little, I admitted, watching the purple light dance between us. This isn't just about us anymore. We're challenging centuries of magical tradition. Good thing you're not doing it alone, Flair commented, entering with an armful of scrolls. Her tone had lost its bitter edge, replaced by scholarly determination. I've organized our research into 3 main presentations: theoretical foundations, practical applications, and educational implications. My grandfather joined us, looking particularly pleased. The grand hall is already full. We have representatives from every major magical institution in attendance, including some who were skeptical of our initial findings. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's resolve strengthen. The purple light pulsed brighter, responding to our shared purpose. Then let's give them something undeniable. The demonstration itself exceeded even our highest expectations, as Lysander and I demonstrated the harmony between fire and water magic, the purple light creating patterns of unprecedented beauty and power. Gasps of amazement echoed through the hall. Flair's presentation of our research was masterful, showing how traditional barriers between elements could be overcome through understanding and cooperation. When our advanced students demonstrated their own progress with paired casting, the evidence became impossible to ignore. But the most powerful moment came unexpectedly, as it often did with soul magic. As we explained the historical context of elemental harmony, the prophecy runes appeared throughout the hall, glowing with purple light. They formed intricate patterns that matched illustrations in the ancient texts, confirming our theories about the original purpose of soul magic. This is more than just a new teaching method, my grandfather announced to the assembled crowd. This is the restoration of magic as it was meant to be, unified, harmonious, and accessible to all who wish to learn. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's complete agreement. The purple light between us had never been stronger, more purposeful. This was why we had been chosen, why our unexpected connection had formed. As the presentation concluded to thunderous applause, I looked around at our unlikely team: Lysander, my soul-bonded partner in both magic and life; Flair, our former rival turned passionate ally; and my grandfather, who had seen the potential for change and guided us toward it. What happens now? Someone in the crowd asked during the discussion period. Lysander squeezed my hand, our rings pulsing in perfect synchronization. Now, he said clearly, we begin the real work. Teaching, learning, discovering, not just here at the Academy, but everywhere magic is studied. Breaking down barriers, Flair added, between elements, between institutions, between old ways and new possibilities. Together, I finished, feeling the truth of it resonating through our bond. The purple light danced around us, a visible symbol of what magic could be when artificial boundaries fell away. We had found our purpose, our path forward. And though challenges certainly lay ahead, we would face them as we had faced everything else, with combined strength, shared wisdom, and the unshakable knowledge that some bonds were meant to last forever. Chapter 7. The morning after our successful presentation to the international magical community, I found myself in my grandfather's private study, surrounded by even more ancient texts than usual. The purple light from my ring cast shifting patterns across the weathered parchments as I tried to make sense of what I was reading. Interesting choice of research material. My grandfather's voice startled me from my concentration. He stood in the doorway, looking particularly pleased with himself. The ancient protocols of magical bonding, not light reading by any measure. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate attention, though he was currently teaching across the academy. The purple light pulsed gently, carrying his curiosity about my grandfather's unexpected appearance. "I've been trying to understand something," I said, gesturing to the scattered documents. "These texts describe different types of magical bonds, but they're inconsistent. Some passages suggest bonds were common teaching tools, while others treat them as rare and sacred connections." "Ah," grandfather settled into his favorite chair, eyes twinkling. "You've noticed the deliberate contradictions. Tell me, what do you make of this particular passage?" He pointed to a section I'd been struggling with. Before I could answer, Lysander appeared in the doorway, slightly out of breath. Through our bond, I felt his mixture of concern and intrigue. "I felt something important was happening," he explained, moving to stand beside me. "Perfect timing," grandfather beamed. "I was just about to explain why I've been, shall we say, orchestrating certain events." Flair chose that moment to burst in, clutching a stack of research notes. "The results from this morning's student trials are extraordinary. The paired casting success rate has increased by..." She stopped, noticing the tension in the room. What did I miss? "Nothing yet," grandfather gestured for her to join us. "In fact, your presence completes the group I needed to speak with. It's time you understood the true nature of the game we've been playing." The purple light between Lysander and me pulsed stronger, responding to our shared anticipation and slight apprehension. Through our bond, we both recognized that this was more than just another academic discussion. "Game?" Flair's eyes narrowed. "What exactly have you been planning, Archmage?" "Everything," he said simply, producing a small crystal sphere from his robes. As he set it on the table, it began to glow with a familiar purple light. "The challenge at the council, the international presentation, even the initial revelation of your soul bond. All carefully arranged steps in a much larger plan." "But why?" I asked, though through our connection, I felt Lysander beginning to understand something profound. "Because," grandfather's eyes grew serious, "the magical world stands at a crossroads. The old ways of rigid separation between elements, of restricted knowledge and limited cooperation, they're leading us towards stagnation. We needed a catalyst for change, a demonstration so powerful it couldn't be ignored." "Us," Lysander said softly, his hand finding mine as our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization. "You engineered our bond to prove what was possible." "Not exactly," grandfather smiled. "The bond between you was genuine, a rare and precious thing. What I engineered were the circumstances that would allow that bond to flourish and demonstrate its full potential to the magical community." The crystal sphere on my grandfather's desk continued to pulse with purple light, casting ethereal shadows across our faces. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working through the implications of what we'd just learned. "You didn't just engineer circumstances," Flair said slowly, her academic mind piecing together the puzzle. "You've been documenting everything. Those random visits to check on our progress, the convenient appearance of ancient texts exactly when we needed them." "Guilty as charged," grandfather's eyes twinkled, "though I prefer to think of it as providing appropriate resources at opportune moments. The crystal sphere, for instance, has been recording every magical interaction between you three since the day of the council challenge." I leaned forward to examine the sphere more closely. Within its depths, I could see swirling images, our combined casting in the arena, the appearance of the prophecy runes, even our recent international presentation. "But why all the secrecy?" Lysander asked, though through our bond, I sensed he was beginning to understand. "Why not simply tell us your plans from the beginning?" "Because," grandfather replied, his expression growing serious, "genuine reactions cannot be manufactured. I needed to document the natural progression of your abilities. the authentic development of your understanding. The magical community wouldn't have accepted staged demonstrations. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's grudging admiration for the complexity of the plan. The purple light between us pulsed stronger as we both recognized the careful manipulation that had brought us to this point. The soul bond, though, I pressed, needing to understand. You said it was genuine, but you must have known it would form. The prophecy runes, the ancient texts about teaching bonds. I suspected, Grandfather admitted. Your natural affinity for water magic, Lysander's mastery of fire, you were perfect opposites. Yet both of you always questioned the traditional limitations of your elements. When I discovered the old prophecies about reuniting the magical disciplines, I knew you two would be instrumental in that process. And me? Flair asked quietly. Was I just a convenient antagonist in your grand plan? On the contrary, Grandfather smiled warmly. You were essential. Your passionate defense of traditional magical theory, followed by your eventual acceptance of change, it provides the perfect model for how the broader magical community can evolve. The purple light flickered as Lysander and I processed this revelation. Through our bond, we shared a moment of perfect understanding. We have been pieces in a game, yes, but one with far-reaching consequences for the entire magical world. There's more, isn't there? I asked, recognizing the familiar twinkle in my grandfather's eye. This isn't just about changing how magic is taught. Indeed, he agreed, waving his hand over the crystal sphere. New images appeared within, ancient cities where different types of magic worked in perfect harmony, healing centers where elements combined to create miraculous cures, defensive barriers that adapted and grew stronger through magical cooperation. This is about changing everything, Lysander breathed, his copper eyes wide with wonder. Through our bond, I felt his excitement building to match my own. The crystal sphere continued to project images of ancient magical achievements, each more remarkable than the last. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's growing understanding matching my own realization. We weren't just part of a plan to change magical education. We were pieces in a much grander design. The ancient cities you're showing us, Flair leaned forward, her academic curiosity fully engaged. They're using combined magic in ways we've never seen before. The architecture itself seems to be powered by multiple elements working in harmony. Precisely, Grandfather nodded approvingly. In the age before the great divide between magical disciplines, mages understood that true power came from cooperation, not isolation. The buildings you see were created through the combined efforts of earth mages for foundation, fire mages for forging, water mages for flow and balance, and air mages for ventilation and stability. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's excitement building as he recognized the implications. The purple light between us pulsed stronger, seeming to respond to the ancient images. But it's not just about construction, he said, pointing to a particular scene in the sphere. Look at these healing centers. They're using fire magic for cauterization alongside water magic for healing, with air magic to purify the environment and earth magic to ground and stabilize the patients. And the defensive barriers, I added, watching as the sphere showed massive magical shields protecting entire cities. They're not just static walls. They're adaptive, responsive, different types of magic working together to counter any threat. Which brings us to the real reason for all this careful manipulation. Grandfather's expression grew serious. The magical world isn't just stagnating, it's actively declining. The rigid separation between elements has weakened our collective abilities. We've forgotten more than we've learned in the past centuries. Flair sat back, her eyes wide with understanding. That's why you needed a public demonstration of soul magic, not just to prove it was possible, but to remind everyone of what we've lost, and to show them what we might regain, Grandfather agreed. Your bond, he gestured to Lysander and me, is more than just a connection between two people. It's a living example of what magic was meant to be, fluid, harmonious, unlimited by artificial boundaries. Through our connection, I felt Lysander processing this revelation. The purple light seemed to dance with new purpose as we both understood our larger role. The prophecy runes, I said slowly, they're not just random appearances, are they? They're responding to moments when we're closest to rediscovering the old ways. Clever girl. Grandfather smiled. The ancient magic itself is trying to guide us back to the path we've strayed from. Each appearance of the runes is like a signpost, pointing the way toward magical reunification. But there's something you're still not telling us, Lysander said suddenly, his copper eyes fixed on my grandfather. Through our bond, I felt his certainty that we were missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. Grandfather's smile widened. Very perceptive. The crystal sphere hasn't just been recording your progress, it's been gathering evidence for a much more significant revelation. He waved his hand again, and the images shifted to show something entirely unexpected. The sphere now displayed what appeared to be a massive network of purple lines, connecting different locations across the world. Each intersection pulsed with familiar light, reminiscent of our soul bond. "These are ley lines," Flair breathed, her academic enthusiasm overwhelming her usual composure. "But they're not like any I've studied before. The color is exactly the same as your bond," Grandfather finished. "Because they're not just ley lines. They're the remnants of an ancient network of soul magic that once connected all magical communities. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this revelation. The purple light between us seemed to pulse in harmony with the images in the sphere. "The prophecy runes," I said slowly, "they're appearing along these lines, aren't they? That's why they show up in seemingly random locations around the academy." "Precisely," Grandfather nodded. "Your bond has begun to resonate with this ancient network, awakening connections that have lain dormant for centuries. Each appearance of the runes marks another point where the old magic is stirring." "But why now?" Flair asked, making rapid notes as she spoke. "What's changed?" "Everything," Lysander answered before my grandfather could speak. "Through our bond, I felt his growing understanding. The rigid separation between magical disciplines didn't just affect how we teach magic, it weakened the entire network. Our bond, combining water and fire magic in ways that shouldn't be possible, is like striking a tuning fork," I finished, feeling the rightness of the analogy through our connection. "The resonance is spreading through the old network, waking it up. And with it," Grandfather added gravely, "awakening powers and possibilities that the magical world hasn't seen in generations. Powers that some would prefer remain forgotten." The purple light pulsed stronger as we all absorbed the implications of this revelation. Through our bond, Lysander and I shared a moment of perfect understanding. We weren't just challenging educational traditions or social conventions. We were part of something far more fundamental, a restoration of magic itself to its original unified state. The crystal sphere's light grew more intense as my grandfather waved his hand once again, revealing an even more startling sight. The network of purple lines began to shift and change, forming a complex pattern that seemed to pulse with living energy. "What you're seeing," he explained, his voice heavy with significance, "is the current state of the ancient network. Notice how some connections are stronger than others, how certain points glow brighter." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's complete focus on the display. The purple light between us seemed to synchronize with the pulsing patterns in the sphere. These brighter points, Flair leaned in, her scholar's mind racing, they correspond to locations where soul magic is manifested recently, don't they? Our academy, the International Demonstration Hall, and more, Grandfather nodded. "Watch what happens when Lysander and Anya move closer together." As Lysander stepped nearer to me, our rings pulsing in perfect harmony, the entire network in the sphere seemed to brighten. The purple lines grew stronger, more defined, and new connections began to appear. "Extraordinary," Flair breathed, frantically taking notes. "Their bond isn't just affecting their immediate vicinity, it's strengthening the entire network." "Which explains why the council was so concerned," Lysander said thoughtfully. Through our connection, I felt him piecing together a larger picture. They must have known about this network, or at least suspected its existence. Our bond isn't just challenging educational traditions. It's rewriting the fundamental nature of magical connectivity, I finished, feeling the truth of it resonate through our bond. Every time we use our combined magic, every successful demonstration of elemental harmony is like striking multiple tuning forks at once, Grandfather confirmed. The resonance spreads through the network, awakening dormant connections and creating new ones. But there's more. He gestured to a particular section of the display. Watch what happens when your students practice paired casting. The sphere zoomed in on the academy grounds, showing the purple lines responding to our students' attempts at elemental harmony. Each successful combination sent ripples through the network, strengthening nearby connections and occasionally creating entirely new ones. It's self-perpetuating, Flair realized, her eyes wide. The more people practice combined magic, the stronger the network becomes. And the stronger the network, the easier it becomes for others to access these abilities, Grandfather finished. Which is precisely why certain factions within the magical community are becoming increasingly concerned. The old power structure was built on the idea of separation and specialization. He gestured to the network, this changes everything. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's growing understanding matching my own revelation. The purple light between us pulsed stronger than ever, and in the sphere, we could see how our connection was creating new pathways, strengthening old ones, literally reshaping the magical landscape around us. There's one more thing you need to see, Grandfather said, his expression growing even more serious. He made a complex gesture over the crystal sphere, and the image changed dramatically. Now we could see dark patches in the network, areas where the purple lines seemed to be actively resisting the restoration. What are those? Flair asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected the answer. Resistance, Grandfather confirmed. Concentrated efforts by certain magical institutions to maintain the old divisions. They're using specialized wards to block the network's natural flow, preventing the resonance from spreading. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate concern. The purple light between us flickered with shared understanding of the implications. That's why some regions haven't reported any manifestations of soul magic or elemental harmony, I realized. Or they're being actively suppressed. Precisely, Grandfather nodded grimly. And here's where my game becomes particularly crucial. Watch what happens when I do this. He touched the sphere with one finger, and suddenly we could see hundreds of tiny purple sparks scattered across the network. Other soul bonds, Lysander breathed, his copper eyes wide. Through our connection, I felt his amazement match my own. They're dormant, but they're there. Waiting to be awakened, Flair added, her academic enthusiasm completely overwhelming any remaining skepticism, like seeds ready to sprout. The international demonstration wasn't just about proving what you two could do, Grandfather explained. It was about sending a signal through the entire network, reaching out to others who might have the potential for similar bonds. Already, we're receiving reports of unexpected magical resonances, of students achieving unprecedented success with paired casting. And the resistance? I asked, noting how the dark patches seemed to be spreading in some areas. Will only grow stronger as more bonds awaken, Grandfather admitted, which is why the next phase of our work is so crucial. You're not just teachers now, you're beacons, showing others what's possible when artificial barriers fall away. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's determination rising to match my own. The purple light between us pulsed stronger than ever, and in the sphere, we could see how our connection was creating new pathways around the blocked areas. We'll need help, Flair said decisively, her organizational mind already planning. A network of our own to identify and support new manifestations of soul magic as they appear. Already in progress, Grandfather smiled, producing a stack of letters. These arrived this morning, responses from magical institutions around the world, requesting guidance in developing their own paired casting programs. Then we have work to do, Lysander said, his hand finding mine as our rings pulsed in perfect synchronization. Through our bond, I felt his absolute certainty that this was our true purpose, not just to demonstrate what was possible, but to help others discover it for themselves. The purple light danced around us, stronger and more purposeful than ever. In the crystal sphere, the network continued to pulse and grow, each new connection a step toward restoring magic to its original, unified state. We had become part of something far larger than ourselves, a transformation that would reshape the magical world forever, and we were ready. Chapter 8. The morning after my grandfather's revelations about the ancient magical network, I found myself alone in my chambers, staring at the purple ring that still refused to leave my finger. Through our bond, I could sense Lysander was busy with his morning classes, his mind focused on teaching, but with an undercurrent of awareness of my presence. The events of yesterday still weighed heavily on my mind. The crystal sphere's revelations, the network of dormant soul bonds waiting to be awakened, and the growing resistance from those who wanted to maintain the old divisions, it was almost too much to process. But what troubled me most was the persistent thought that had kept me awake most of the night. What if we were wrong to pursue this? With trembling fingers, I reached for the ring again, not really expecting it to budge, but feeling compelled to try. The purple light pulsed warningly as I touched it, and through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate attention shift to me, his concern flowing through our connection. Still trying to remove it? His voice came from the doorway, startling me so badly I nearly fell from my chair. Through our bond, I felt his mixture of amusement and understanding, though his copper eyes held a hint of hurt. I wasn't. I started, but the lie died on my lips. Our bond made dishonesty between us nearly impossible. Yes, I admitted finally. Not because I want to break our connection, but because I'm afraid. Lysander crossed the room to kneel beside my chair, taking my hands in his. The purple light between us grew stronger, more reassuring. Afraid of what? He asked softly, though through our bond, I could feel that he already suspected the answer. Of what we learned yesterday, I whispered. The responsibility, the magnitude of what we're part of. These other soul bonds waiting to be awakened, the people actively trying to stop us. What if we make things worse? What if awakening the old network causes more harm than good? Through our connection, I felt Lysander's own doubts and fears mirror mine. But there was something else, too, a deep conviction that we were on the right path. The purple light seemed to pulse in agreement. Do you remember what your grandfather showed us in the sphere? He asked, his thumb tracing circles on my palm. Those dark patches where the network is being suppressed, they're not just blocking potential soul bonds. They're limiting all forms of magical growth and discovery. How many students in those regions might never reach their full potential because they're being told their natural abilities are wrong or impossible? Before I could respond, a commotion in the hallway drew our attention. Through our bond, we both felt a surge of warning just before Flare burst into the room, her face flushed with excitement. You need to see this, she announced, brandishing a scroll covered in familiar purple runes. The network, it's not just connecting existing magical institutions. Look at these readings from supposedly non-magical areas. Flare spread the scroll across my desk, her hands trembling with excitement. The purple runes glowed softly in the morning light, forming patterns I'd never seen before. Look here. She pointed to a particular cluster of symbols. These readings are coming from areas we've always considered magically dormant. But according to this, they're not dormant at all. They're just different. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's intense interest as he leaned over to examine the scroll. The purple light between us pulsed stronger as we both recognized the implications. These patterns, he said slowly, tracing one of the glowing lines. They're similar to the resonance we create when we combine our magic. But they're occurring naturally, without any formal training or guidance. Exactly. Flare's enthusiasm was contagious. And look at the distribution. She pulled out a map covered in her precise notations. These non-magical areas form a perfect counterpoint to the established magical institutions. It's like they're maintaining balance, I finished, feeling the truth of it resonate through our bond. The network isn't just connecting existing magical centers. It's revealing an entirely different kind of magic that's been there all along. But that means... Lysander's copper eyes widened as he reached the same conclusion I had. Through our connection, I felt his mind racing alongside mine. The traditional definition of magic itself might be wrong, Flare stated, her academic passion fully engaged. We've been so focused on categorical elements, fire, water, earth, air, that we've completely missed other forms of magical expression. Just then, a flash of purple light drew our attention to the wall. The prophecy runes were appearing again, but this time they were different, more complex, more urgent somehow. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's recognition match my own. They're trying to tell us something, he said softly, moving closer to examine the symbols. These aren't just random manifestations anymore. They're a warning. My grandfather's voice came from the doorway, making us all jump. He looked more serious than I'd ever seen him. And we're not the only ones who can read them. My grandfather's expression was grave as he entered the room, his eyes fixed on the glowing runes. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate tension, and the purple light between us pulsed with shared concern. What do you mean? We're not the only ones who can read them, Flair demanded, her academic curiosity momentarily overriding her usual respect for the Archmage's authority. The resistance we discussed yesterday? Grandfather moved to examine the runes more closely. They've developed ways to track these manifestations. Even now, they're gathering evidence of what they call magical anomalies in the non-traditional areas you've discovered. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this information. The purple light seemed to pulse more urgently, matching the rhythm of the runes on the wall. But that's not all, is it? Lysander asked softly. Through our bond, I could feel his certainty that there was more to my grandfather's warning. No, Grandfather sighed heavily, producing another crystal sphere from his robes. This one was darker than the first, showing ominous shadows moving through the magical network. They're not just tracking the manifestations, they're actively working to suppress them. Look here. The sphere revealed several locations where the purple lines of the network were being systematically dimmed, almost extinguished. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's horror match my own as we watched the natural flow of magic being deliberately blocked. These are the same areas where we detected the alternative forms of magic, Flair noted, her voice tight with concern. They're targeting the very places that could prove our theories about different magical expressions. Precisely, Grandfather nodded grimly. And they're becoming more organized, more strategic in their approach. The international demonstration may have convinced many of the benefits of unified magic, but it also alerted our opponents to the full scope of what's happening. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's protective instincts surge. The purple light between us grew stronger, more determined. But why? He asked, though I could feel through our bond that he was already forming his own conclusions. Why go to such lengths to maintain the old divisions? Power, I whispered, the realization hitting me with sudden clarity. Control. If magic can manifest in different ways, if anyone can potentially develop these abilities, then the traditional power structures become meaningless, Flair finished, her academic mind quickly grasping the implications. The entire hierarchy of magical education and authority would need to be reconsidered. And there's more, Grandfather added, his expression growing even more serious. The runes aren't just warning us about the resistance. They're trying to tell us something about the nature of these alternative magical manifestations, something that could change everything we thought we knew about magic itself. The runes on the wall pulsed more intensely as my grandfather approached them, their purple light casting strange shadows across his face. Through our bond, I felt Lysander move closer to me, his protective instincts heightened by the tension in the room. These alternative magical manifestations, Grandfather began, his voice heavy with significance, they're not just different forms of the elements we know. There's something else entirely, something older, more fundamental to the fabric of reality itself. Flair had stopped taking notes, her full attention captured by the shifting patterns of light. The readings I found, they weren't just showing magic in unexpected places, were they? They were showing a completely different type of energy. Look here, Grandfather touched one of the glowing symbols, causing it to expand and transform. These patterns match ancient descriptions of what they called soul weaving, the ability to manipulate the very threads that connect all living things. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's shock mirror my own. The purple light between us pulsed stronger as we both recognized the implications. Like our bond, he said softly, but on a much larger scale. Precisely, Grandfather nodded. Your soul bond isn't just a connection between two people, it's a manifestation of this older, more fundamental magic. And these non-magical areas we've discovered, they're places where soul weaving has continued naturally, unaffected by our artificial categorizations of elemental magic. But that means... Flair's eyes widened as she reached for another scroll. The Resistance isn't just trying to maintain control over magical education. They're actively suppressing an entire branch of magic that could revolutionize our understanding of. She was interrupted by a sudden flare of purple light so intense it momentarily blinded us all. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's alarm as the runes on the wall began to move, forming new patterns with desperate urgency. "They're coming." Grandfather's voice was tight with concern. "They've detected our investigation into the network. We need to." But before he could finish, the door burst open. A group of figures in dark robes stood in the doorway, their wands raised and glowing with ominous power. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's immediate shift to battle readiness, the purple light between us transforming from a gentle pulse to a brilliant shield. "By order of the Council of Magical Preservation," one of the figures announced, "you are hereby charged with unauthorized manipulation of fundamental magical forces. Surrender your research materials immediately." The tension in the room was palpable as we faced the Council's agents. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly, assessing threats and forming strategies. The purple light between us had transformed into a protective barrier, instinctively responding to our shared sense of danger. "This is a private research facility." My grandfather's voice was calm, but carried an undercurrent of power that made even the dark-robed figures hesitate. "You have no authority here." "We have every authority." The lead figure stepped forward, lowering his hood to reveal a face I recognized from the international demonstration. Counselor Magnus Blackthorn, one of the most vocal opponents of unified magic. "The Council has declared a state of magical emergency. All research into non-traditional magical manifestations is to cease immediately." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's anger flare at the absurdity of this declaration. The purple shield around us grew stronger, and I noticed with surprise that it was beginning to spread, creating a protective dome around Flair and my grandfather as well. "Fascinating," Flair murmured, her academic interest momentarily overriding her fear as she watched the shield expand. "The soul bond is adapting to protect not just you two, but those connected to your purpose." "Enough." Blackthorn raised his wand, dark energy crackling around its tip. "Surrender your research materials now, or we will be forced to take more decisive action." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's strategic mind working alongside mine. The purple light pulsed with our shared understanding. We couldn't let them destroy the evidence of what we'd discovered. But before we could act, my grandfather made a subtle gesture toward the crystal sphere on the desk. "You want our research?" he asked mildly. "Very well, but first, perhaps you'd like to see exactly what you're trying to suppress." With a flick of his wrist, the sphere activated, projecting its images across the entire room. But these weren't the same images we'd seen before. Instead, we watched in amazement as scenes from around the world played out, children in non-magical areas spontaneously healing injured animals, elderly villagers communicating across vast distances through what could only be natural soul weaving, communities working together to protect their lands using magic that defied traditional classification. "This is what you're afraid of." My grandfather's voice grew stronger. "Not that magic might be misused, but that it might be truly understood, that people might realize the artificial boundaries we've created are just that, artificial." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's triumph as we watched the Council agents' reactions. Some looked uncertain, others confused, and a few looked absolutely terrified. "You don't understand what you're dealing with." Blackthorn's voice shook slightly. "These manifestations, they're dangerous, unpredictable. They could destroy everything we've built. Or rebuild what we've lost," I found myself saying, drawing strength from Lysander's presence through our bond. The purple light around us pulsed with conviction. "You're not protecting magic, you're imprisoning it." The tension in the room reached a breaking point as Blackthorn raised his wand higher, dark energy crackling around him. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's protective instincts surge as he stepped slightly in front of me, though our purple shield remained strong around all of us. "You don't understand." Blackthorn's voice had taken on a desperate edge. "These manifestations, they're not just unpredictable, they're contagious. Every time someone witnesses natural soul weaving, it awakens their own potential. The more people who see this." He gestured at the continuing projections from the crystal sphere. "The harder it becomes to maintain order." Order? Flair's academic passion had transformed into righteous anger. "You mean control. You're not protecting anyone, you're denying them their birthright." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind working alongside mine, forming a plan. The purple light between us pulsed with shared purpose as we both reached the same conclusion. "Watch," I said softly, taking Lysander's hand. Through our bond, I felt his immediate understanding of my intent. Together, we reached out to the natural magic flowing through the room, not trying to control it, but simply allowing it to move through us. The effect was immediate and stunning. The purple shield around us began to pulse with new energy, and to everyone's amazement, thin threads of light started extending from it, reaching toward each person in the room. Even the council agents found themselves touched by these gentle tendrils of power. "This is what you're trying to suppress." My grandfather's voice was gentle but firm. "Not chaos, not disorder, connection, the natural state of magic itself." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's triumph as we watched the council agents' reactions. One by one, their wands lowered as the purple threads touched them, each face showing a mixture of wonder and recognition. It's beautiful," one of the younger agents whispered, staring at the thread of light connecting him to the others. "This is impossible." Blackthorn stumbled backward, but even he couldn't completely resist the gentle pull of the natural magic. "The council, the traditions, are based on an incomplete understanding," my grandfather finished. "Look around you, Magnus. Feel what's happening. This isn't destruction. It's restoration." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's certainty match my own. The purple light between us had never been stronger, and now we could see similar lights beginning to spark between others in the room. Faint, barely visible, but undeniably present. "The choice is yours," Lysander spoke for the first time, his voice carrying the weight of absolute conviction. "You can continue fighting against the natural flow of magic, trying to maintain artificial boundaries that were never meant to exist. Or you can help us understand it," I finished, feeling his thoughts align perfectly with mine. "Help us guide others as they discover their own connections. Be part of the restoration instead of resisting it." The room fell silent as everyone absorbed this moment of choice. Through our bond, Lysander and I held steady, maintaining the gentle flow of natural magic that continued to weave its way through the space, connecting, awakening, restoring. The future of magic itself hung in the balance, and we were ready to face whatever came next, together. Chapter 9. The events in my chambers with the council agents had left everyone shaken, but none more so than me. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's lingering concern as he helped my grandfather secure the research materials and escort the remaining agents from the academy grounds. The purple light between us pulsed with shared tension, even across the distance. Left alone in my room that evening, I found myself drawn to the window, watching the sunset paint the academy towers in shades of gold and crimson. The prophecy runes had faded from the walls, but their message lingered in my mind, along with something else, something that had been nagging at me since the confrontation. During the chaos, I'd noticed something peculiar about Blackthorn's reaction to the crystal sphere's projections. It wasn't just fear or anger I'd seen in his eyes. It was recognition, as if he'd seen something similar before, something he'd been desperate to keep hidden. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's attention shift to me, sensing my troubled thoughts. The purple light flickered questioningly, and I knew he was wondering what had captured my focus so completely. "There's more to this than they're telling us," I murmured, knowing he could feel my certainty through our connection, the way Blackthorn reacted. It wasn't just about maintaining control. He knows something specific about these alternative magical manifestations. I turned from the window, my eyes drawn to the ancient texts Flair had left scattered across my desk. Among them was a particularly old volume, its spine cracked and faded, but with a familiar symbol embossed in tarnished gold, the same symbol I'd noticed on Blackthorn's ring during the confrontation. With trembling fingers, I reached for the book. The moment I touched it, the purple light between Lysander and me pulsed stronger, as if responding to something within its pages. Through our bond, I felt his immediate interest. and then his footsteps hurrying toward my chambers. He arrived just as I was carefully opening the ancient tome, its pages crackling with age and preserved magic. "You felt it too?" he asked, slightly breathless from his rush to join me. Through our connection, I could feel his excitement matching my own. "Look at this." I pointed to a passage that seemed to glow faintly in the dying light. It's a record from before the Great Division of Magical Disciplines. But it's not just about elemental magic. It's talking about something called the Weaver's Guild. Lysander leaned closer, his copper eyes scanning the text intently. Through our bond, I felt his growing amazement as we read together. The Weavers stood apart from traditional magical practitioners, for they understood that all magic flows from a single source. They did not bind themselves to elements or disciplines, but instead learned to see and manipulate the threads that connect all things. Their greatest achievement was not in the power they wielded, but in their ability to awaken this understanding in others. "The Weaver's Guild." Flair's voice came from the doorway, making us both jump. She hurried into the room, her arms full of additional ancient texts. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mix of surprise and curiosity match my own. "You know about them?" I asked, noting the excitement in her eyes. "Only fragments, whispers really," she replied, spreading her books across my desk. "But after what happened today with Blackthorn, I started searching through the oldest sections of the library. Look at this." She opened one of her books to a carefully marked page, revealing an intricate illustration. It showed a group of robed figures standing in a circle, purple threads of light connecting them all. The image was so similar to what we'd created during the confrontation that I felt Lysander's shock echo through our bond. "According to these records," Flair continued, her scholar's passion fully engaged, "the Weavers weren't just another magical faction. They were the original keepers of magical knowledge before the Great Division into elemental disciplines. They understood that all magic was connected through what they called the Great Weave, a network of energy that bound all living things together. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this information. The purple light between us pulsed stronger as we examined more of the ancient texts. "But there's more." Flair's voice dropped to a near whisper. "The symbol on Blackthorn's ring? It's not just any magical sigil. It's the mark of the Weaver's inner circle, their most sacred leaders. And look at this passage." She pointed to a section of text that seemed to shimmer slightly as we read it. "The inner circle, keepers of the deepest mysteries, bore the responsibility of maintaining balance in the Great Weave. But as magic grew more widespread, a schism formed within their ranks. Some believed the power of the weave should be shared freely, while others feared its potential for chaos. In their conflict, a terrible choice was made. The division of magical disciplines," Lysander finished, his copper eyes wide with understanding. Through our bond, I felt his growing certainty. It wasn't natural or accidental. It was deliberate, a way to control and limit access to the weave. And Blackthorn. I gasped as the pieces fell into place. "He's not just a council member trying to maintain tradition. He's a descendant of the Inner Circle faction that chose to divide magic in the first place." Just then, my grandfather burst into the room, his face pale with urgency. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate alert response, and the purple light between us intensified protectively. "They're coming back," Grandfather announced without preamble. "Blackthorn has convinced the full council to conduct an emergency inspection of the academy. But that's not the worst of it." He gestured to the ancient text spread across my desk. "I see you've already discovered part of the truth. The Weaver's Guild." I nodded, feeling Lysander's support through our connection. "The original keepers of magical knowledge. But Grandfather, why didn't you tell us before?" "Because I wasn't certain until today," he replied, moving to examine the illustrations in Flair's books. When Blackthorn revealed his ring during the confrontation, it confirmed what I'd long suspected. The council isn't just a regulatory body. It's the modern incarnation of the Inner Circle faction that chose to divide magic. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly, connecting pieces of information. "The international demonstration," he said slowly. "That's why they were so concerned. Our soul bond, the purple light, the way we can combine different elements. It's all part of the original weave, Flair finished excitedly, pulling out another ancient text. Look at these passages about the earliest forms of magical education. Before the division, students weren't sorted by elemental affinities at all. They were taught to see and work with the connections between all types of magic. Which is exactly what the council fears most, Grandfather added grimly. Your bond isn't just challenging their authority, it's threatening to expose the very foundations of their power. The division of magical disciplines wasn't a natural evolution of magical understanding. It was a deliberate suppression, I whispered, feeling the truth of it resonate through our connection with Lysander. The purple light pulsed with shared understanding. They fragmented magic itself to maintain control over how it was taught and used. But why? Flair demanded, frantically taking notes. What could be so dangerous about unified magic that they'd go to such lengths to suppress it? Through our bond, I felt Lysander's revelation match my own as we both reached the same conclusion. The purple light between us grew stronger as we shared our understanding. It's not about danger, Lysander said softly. It's about accessibility. When magic is divided into strict disciplines, it's easier to control who can learn what. But if people understand that all magic is connected, then anyone could potentially learn any form of magic, I finished, feeling the weight of this truth. The artificial boundaries between elements, between magical and non-magical areas, would become meaningless, Grandfather confirmed, and with them, the entire power structure the Council has built over centuries. The sound of distant bells interrupted our discussion, the Academy's warning system. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's immediate shift to alert readiness, and the purple light between us intensified protectively. They're here, Grandfather said grimly. The full council delegation. But there's something else you need to know before they arrive. He pulled an ancient medallion from his robes, one I'd never seen before. As he held it up, the purple light between Lysander and me seemed to respond, pulsing in perfect synchronization with the subtle glow emanating from the artifact. This was passed down through generations of the original weavers, he explained, those who opposed the division of magic and went into hiding to preserve the old knowledge. Your grandmother was one of them. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's surprise match my own. But that means, I started. Yes, Grandfather nodded. The ability to see and work with the weave isn't just random chance, it's inherited. And you, my dear, are not just any weaver's descendant. You're from the line of those who fought to keep magic unified. Flair was frantically documenting everything in her notes. The soul bonds, the purple light, the way you two can combine different elements, it's all making sense now. You're not breaking magical laws. You're operating on a deeper level of magic that predates our current understanding. Through our connection, I felt Lysander processing this revelation. His copper eyes were intense as he studied the medallion. The ring that appeared during our first meeting, he said slowly. It wasn't just responding to some ancient betrothal agreement, was it? No, Grandfather confirmed. It was recognizing a potential weaver's bond, something far more significant than any arranged marriage. The rings were tools used by the original weavers to identify compatible magical partners who could strengthen and expand the weave together. The purple light between us grew stronger as we absorbed this information. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's mind working alongside mine, connecting more pieces of the puzzle. That's why Blackthorn was so afraid, I realized. It's not just about us discovering the truth about magical division. Every time we use our combined powers, every time we demonstrate what's possible when magic flows naturally, we're awakening the dormant weaver potential in others. Lysander finished, our thoughts perfectly aligned through our connection. The purple threads we saw connecting everyone during the confrontation, that wasn't just a temporary manifestation. We were actually helping them access their own innate connection to the weave. The warning bells continued to toll as we hurriedly gathered the ancient texts. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's growing concern mixing with determination. The purple light between us had taken on a protective quality, seeming to wrap around the precious documents as we worked. There's something else you need to understand, Grandfather said urgently, producing another artifact from his robes, a small crystal prism that seemed to capture and refract the purple light in complex patterns. The weavers didn't just understand how to access the natural flow of magic. They discovered something far more significant. Something that explains why the inner circle was so desperate to divide magical disciplines in the first place. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense focus as we gathered around the prism. As grandfather held it up, the purple light between us seemed to flow into it, creating a stunning display of interconnected magical threads that filled the room. The weave isn't just a network connecting different types of magic, Flair breathed, her academic enthusiasm barely contained as she studied the patterns. It's self-expanding every time a new connection is formed. It creates the potential for more connections, I finished, watching in awe as the purple threads multiplied and branched out. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's understanding match my own. That's why our demonstration at the international gathering had such a powerful effect. We weren't just showing people what was possible. You were actually expanding the weave itself, grandfather confirmed. Each person who witnessed your combined magic became a potential new anchor point for the network. And that's exactly what the inner circle has been fighting to prevent for centuries. Because once the weave starts expanding again, Lysander said slowly, his copper eyes tracking the growing pattern of lights, there's no way to control it. No way to maintain the artificial boundaries they've created. Through our connection, I felt his mind racing alongside mine as we processed the full implications. The purple light pulsed stronger as we reached the same conclusion. The council isn't just coming to inspect the academy, I realized. They're coming to try to suppress the weave before it grows too strong to contain. But if what we're seeing is true, it may already be too late for them to stop it, Flair interjected, frantically documenting the expanding pattern of lights. Look at how the connections are multiplying. Every new thread creates the potential for dozens more. It's exponential growth. The sound of footsteps echoing through the academy corridors snapped us back to our immediate crisis. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's protective instincts surge as he moved closer to me. The purple light between us had never been stronger, creating a subtle dome of protection around our small group. We don't have much time, grandfather said urgently, pressing the crystal prism into my hands. The council will be here any moment, and they'll do everything in their power to suppress what's happening. But remember, the weave isn't just growing stronger, it's becoming more aware. Every connection we make strengthens its consciousness. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this revelation. That's why the prophecy runes appeared, he said, his copper eyes wide with understanding. The weave itself was trying to warn us, to prepare us for this moment. Exactly, Flair interjected, still documenting everything. And look at how the purple threads are moving now. They're not just connecting randomly anymore. They're forming specific patterns, almost like it's trying to communicate, I finished, watching in awe as the light formed intricate symbols in the air around us. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's amazement match my own as we recognized some of the patterns from our earlier research. Suddenly, the purple threads coalesced into a clear message: unite the divided. It's not just about reconnecting different types of magic, grandfather explained, his voice urgent. The weave is trying to heal itself, to restore the natural balance that was broken centuries ago. And you two, he looked at Lysander and me meaningfully, are catalysts for that restoration. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's determination strengthen. The purple light between us pulsed with shared purpose as we faced each other. We can't let them suppress this again, he said softly, taking my hand. Through our connection, I could feel his absolute certainty. The world needs to understand what magic truly is. Not a tool to be controlled, but a living force that connects us all. Then we won't, I replied, feeling our combined power flow stronger. But we'll need help. I turned to Flair, who was still frantically documenting everything. Can you get copies of all this research to every major magical institution? Already on it, she grinned, producing several enchanted scrolls that would instantly duplicate and transmit their contents. Once this information is out there, they won't be able to suppress it anymore. And I, grandfather added with a slight smile, will ensure the council understands exactly what they're dealing with. After all, as Archmage, I do have certain privileges when it comes to addressing the full assembly. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's approval of our impromptu plan. The purple light between us spread outward, connecting with the expanding weave that now filled the room with its gentle glow. As the sound of the council's approach grew closer, we stood ready to face whatever came next. Through our connection, Lysander and I shared a moment of perfect understanding. This wasn't just about us anymore. It was about restoring magic to its true nature, about healing the divisions that had kept people separate for so long. The weave pulsed around us, growing stronger with each passing moment, and we knew that no matter what happened next, change was already inevitable. The time of divided magic was coming to an end. Chapter 10. The morning after our confrontation with the council dawned with an unusual purple tinge to the sky. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's quiet amazement match my own as we stood at the window of the Academy's highest tower, watching the sunrise paint the world in ethereal colors. The weave is becoming visible even to those without magical training, Grandfather explained, joining us at the window. After last night's events, there's no going back. The council's attempts to suppress the truth have only made it more apparent. Indeed, the events of the previous night had been extraordinary. When the council members had burst into my chambers, intent on confiscating our research and suppressing the expanding weave, something unexpected had happened. Through our bond, Lysander and I both remembered the moment with perfect clarity. The purple light between us had suddenly expanded, not just connecting us, but reaching out to touch every person in the room. And this time, it hadn't faded. Instead, it had grown stronger, revealing the ancient magical connections that had always existed beneath the surface of reality. The reports are coming in from all over the world, Flair announced, hurrying into the room with an armful of scrolls. Her usually pristine academic robes were rumpled from a night spent documenting everything. Every major magical institution is reporting the same phenomenon. The purple threads are visible everywhere, connecting people, places, even supposedly non-magical areas. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind working alongside mine as we processed the implications. The purple light between us pulsed steadily, now just one strand in the vast tapestry of connections visible around us. "Look at this," Flair continued, spreading out a map on the nearby table. It was covered in glowing purple lines that shifted and moved as we watched. These are the major ley lines we've always known about, but now, she gestured excitedly, we can see how they're actually part of something much larger. The weave isn't just connecting different types of magic. It's the fundamental structure that makes magic possible in the first place. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's excitement build as we studied the map. The divisions between elemental disciplines, he said thoughtfully, they were never real boundaries at all. They were just different ways of accessing the same underlying force. Exactly, Grandfather nodded, producing the ancient medallion again. The original weavers understood this. They knew that trying to categorize and separate different types of magic was like trying to divide an ocean into distinct parts. It might be useful for teaching purposes, but ultimately, it's all one thing, I finished, feeling the truth of it resonate through our connection. The purple light seemed to pulse in agreement. And now that people can see the connections for themselves, a commotion in the courtyard below drew our attention. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's concern spike as we saw a group of students gathered around something or someone. The purple light between us pulsed with shared curiosity as we hurried down to investigate. What we found was both surprising and deeply moving. A young student, previously classified as having no magical ability at all, was standing in the center of a web of purple threads, tears streaming down her face as she manipulated the connections around her with instinctive grace. "I can feel it," she whispered as we approached. "All my life, they told me I had no magic, but I can feel everything now. The connections, the flow. It's all so beautiful." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep emotional response to this scene. The purple light between us reached out automatically, joining the network of threads around the young student, strengthening her newfound abilities. "This is exactly what the council feared most," Flair murmured, frantically documenting the event. Not just that people would discover the truth about unified magic, but that those deemed non-magical would realize their own potential. "It's happening all over the world," my grandfather added, producing a series of urgent messages from his robes. "Reports are coming in from every continent. People who were told they had no magical ability are suddenly able to see and work with the weave. The artificial boundaries between magical and non-magical populations are literally dissolving before our eyes. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly, connecting this new development to our earlier discoveries. The purple light pulsed with shared understanding as we reached the same conclusion. The Council's greatest deception, he said softly, wasn't just dividing magic into separate disciplines. It was convincing people that some had no magical ability at all. But if everyone can see the weave now, then everyone can learn to work with it, I finished, watching as more students gathered around, their own purple threads beginning to manifest and connect. The distinction between magical and non-magical was never real. It was just another artificial boundary created to maintain control. The academy courtyard had become a gathering place for hundreds of people by midday. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched in amazement as more and more individuals discovered their connection to the weave. The purple light between us pulsed steadily, now part of an intricate tapestry of magical threads that filled the entire space. We need to document everything, Flair insisted, her academic enthusiasm reaching new heights as she directed a team of scholars who were recording the events. This is literally rewriting our understanding of magical history. Look at these patterns. They're identical to the ones described in the oldest texts about the Weavers' Guild. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind working alongside mine as we observed the remarkable transformations taking place. People who had been labeled as non-magical their entire lives were discovering abilities that defied traditional classification. A group of elderly villagers who had come to the academy seeking answers were now weaving complex patterns in the air, their purple threads intertwining in ways that seemed to strengthen everyone around them. It's not just about individual power, my grandfather explained, watching the scene with evident emotion. The weave operates on principles of connection and mutual enhancement. The more people who access it, the stronger it becomes for everyone. This is what the original weavers understood. Magic isn't a limited resource to be hoarded and controlled. It's a living network that grows stronger through sharing. A commotion near the academy gates drew our attention. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's tension as we recognized several council members approaching, including Blackthorn. But something was different about them now. The purple threads of the weave were visible around them too, despite their obvious attempts to resist the connection. Or you can't fight it forever, I heard one of the younger council members say to Blackthorn. The weave, it's part of us all. I can feel it now. Everything we were taught about the separation of magical disciplines was wrong. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's satisfaction as we watched more council members begin to acknowledge the truth. The purple light between us strengthened as we approached them together. The time for secrets and suppression is over, Lysander declared, his voice carrying across the courtyard. Through our bond, I could feel his absolute conviction. The weave is restoring itself, healing the artificial divisions we created. We can either embrace this change or be left behind by it. As if in response to his words, the purple threads around us began to pulse with increased intensity. Through our connection, I felt a surge of ancient knowledge flowing between us, understanding that seemed to come from the weave itself. "Look!" Flair exclaimed, pointing to the sky. Above the academy, the purple threads had begun forming distinct patterns, the same symbols we'd seen in the oldest texts about the Weavers' Guild. But now they were visible to everyone, a public declaration of magic's true nature that could no longer be denied or suppressed. As the day progressed, more remarkable transformations continued to unfold in the academy courtyard. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as centuries of magical barriers began to dissolve. The purple light between us had become part of something far greater, a vast, living network that seemed to pulse with ancient wisdom and newfound purpose. "The Council's archives are being opened," Flair announced, rushing towards us with yet another stack of documents. "Look at these records. They detail exactly how and why the magical disciplines were artificially divided." Her hands trembled as she spread the papers before us. "The deception goes even deeper than we imagined." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's growing concern as we examined the documents together. The purple threads around us seemed to respond to our shared emotions, creating intricate patterns that mirrored our thoughts. They didn't just divide magic into elements, I breathed, reading through the ancient records. They actively suppressed certain forms of magical expression entirely. Look at this passage about dream weaving and soul singing, entire branches of magical practice that were deliberately erased from history because they couldn't be controlled, my grandfather added grimly, studying the documents over our shoulders. These forms of magic operated purely through connection and resonance. They couldn't be standardized or regulated like elemental magic. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this revelation. The purple light pulsed stronger as we reached the same understanding. That's why our soul bond was so threatening to them, Lysander said softly, his copper eyes intense. It wasn't just about combining elements. We were unconsciously accessing these ancient, suppressed forms of magic. A sudden commotion drew our attention to where Blackthorn stood, surrounded by increasingly agitated council members. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's protective instincts surge as we moved closer to hear what was happening. "You can't possibly expect us to maintain the old restrictions now," one council member was saying, gesturing to the visible threads of the weave around them. "The evidence is literally surrounding us. Everything we were taught about the limitations of magic was based on deliberate manipulation. The system exists for a reason," Blackthorn insisted, though his voice lacked its usual conviction. The purple threads around him seemed to pulse with his internal conflict. "Without proper control and regulation." "Control?" another council member interrupted. "Look around you, Magnus. The weave isn't chaos, it's the natural order we've been fighting against all this time. These connections, these patterns, they're more organized and harmonious than anything our artificial divisions ever created." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's satisfaction as we watched more council members begin to embrace the truth. The purple light between us strengthened, reaching out to connect with the expanding network of threads that now filled the courtyard. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the academy courtyard, something remarkable began to happen. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched in amazement as the purple threads of the weave started forming intricate patterns in the air, not just random connections, but deliberate manifestations of ancient magical knowledge. "It's teaching us," Flair breathed, her quill flying across parchment as she documented everything. "The weave itself is showing us how magic was meant to be practiced. Look at these formations. They're exactly like the illustrations in the oldest weaver texts, but now they're alive, moving, responding to our presence." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own as we observed the unfolding spectacle. The purple light between us pulsed stronger as we recognized patterns we'd seen in our research. "These aren't just random manifestations," my grandfather explained, his voice filled with wonder. "The weave is revealing the fundamental principles of unified magic. See how the threads combine and separate? It's showing us that all magical disciplines are simply different expressions of the same underlying force." Around us, people from all walks of life, scholars, merchants, farmers, and even children, were beginning to interact with the visible threads of magic. Through our bond, Lysander and I could feel the ripple effects of each new connection forming. "The most remarkable thing," Lysander observed, his copper eyes tracking the movements of the threads, "is how naturally everyone seems to understand it. There's no need for complex theoretical frameworks or years of specialized training. The weave itself guides each person according to their natural inclinations." A group of young children had gathered nearby, their laughter ringing out as they played with the purple threads, instinctively weaving them into shapes that reflected their thoughts and emotions. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep satisfaction at this sight. "This is how magic was always meant to be," he said softly. "Not a privilege to be earned through years of rigid study, but a birthright to be discovered and explored naturally." Blackthorn, who had been watching these developments with increasing distress, finally stepped forward, but without proper control, without established guidelines. He began, though his voice lacked conviction. "Look around you," I interrupted, gesturing to the harmonious scene before us. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's support as I continued. "Does this look like chaos to you? The weave has its own natural order, its own wisdom. We never needed to control it, we only needed to understand and work with it. As if in response to my words, the purple threads around us began forming even more complex patterns, creating a stunning display that seemed to encompass all known forms of magic while suggesting countless new possibilities. As twilight approached, the academy courtyard had transformed into something truly extraordinary. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the purple threads of the weave created a magnificent dome above us, its patterns telling the story of magic's true history and potential future. "It's time," my grandfather announced, stepping forward to address the gathered crowd. For centuries, the council has maintained artificial divisions in the magical world. But today, we have a choice to make, to continue clinging to those divisions, or to embrace the natural unity that the weave represents. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's approval as we moved to stand beside my grandfather. The purple light between us pulsed stronger, joining with the countless threads that now connected everyone present. The Weavers' Guild wasn't just another magical faction, I began, feeling Lysander's support through our bond. They were the keepers of a fundamental truth, that magic is not meant to be divided and controlled, but shared and nurtured. Every person has the potential to connect with the weave in their own unique way. And that connection, Lysander continued, his voice carrying across the courtyard, strengthens everyone. Look around you, see how each new thread adds to the whole, how each person's discovery enriches the entire network. As if in response to our words, the purple threads began forming new patterns, more complex and beautiful than any we'd seen before. Through our bond, I felt a surge of ancient knowledge flowing between us, understanding that seemed to come directly from the weave itself. "The time of divided magic is over," my grandfather declared. "From this day forward, the Academy will teach unified magic, helping each student discover their natural connection to the weave. The artificial boundaries between disciplines will be dissolved, and the suppressed forms of magic will be restored to their rightful place in our curriculum." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's satisfaction as we watched Blackthorn finally step forward, his expression one of acceptance and wonder. "I was wrong," he admitted, looking at the intricate patterns of purple light that surrounded us all. "We were all wrong, the control we sought. It was never necessary. The weave has its own wisdom, its own balance." As night fell, the purple threads grew brighter, creating a spectacular display that could be seen for miles around. Through our bond, Lysander and I shared a moment of perfect understanding. This was just the beginning. The restoration of unified magic would bring changes we could hardly imagine, opening new possibilities for everyone who wished to explore them. "The dawn of a new age," Flair murmured, still documenting everything. "And to think, it all started with a soul bond that wasn't supposed to exist." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's love and pride as we watched the weave continue to expand and evolve. The purple light between us pulsed with shared joy and purpose, now just one thread in the vast tapestry of unified magic that would shape the future. Chapter 11. The days following the Great Revelation at the Academy brought changes more profound than anyone could have imagined. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the world itself seemed to transform, the purple threads of the weave becoming an integral part of daily life everywhere we looked. "The reports keep coming in," Flair announced during our morning meeting in the Academy's newly established Unified Magic Research Center. Her desk was buried under scrolls from every corner of the world. The changes aren't just affecting magical practice, they're reshaping entire societies. Look at this account from the Northern Kingdoms. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense interest as we examined the scroll together. The purple light between us pulsed with shared fascination as we read about the remarkable transformations taking place. The ice shamans have discovered they can communicate directly with the southern fire priests through the weave, I read aloud, amazement coloring my voice. Centuries of isolation and mistrust dissolved by simple connection. They're already establishing joint temples to explore combined magic. And that's just the beginning, my grandfather added, spreading out a massive map on the central table. Purple threads crisscrossed its surface, showing the living connections that now linked different magical communities. The artificial boundaries between magical traditions are falling everywhere. The desert wind singers are working with ocean tide callers. Mountain earth shapers are collaborating with sky dancers. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly as he studied the patterns. The weave isn't just connecting different types of magic, he observed, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the threads. It's actively facilitating understanding between cultures that have been separated for generations. A group of young students burst into the room, their excitement palpable. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's automatic protective response soften as we recognized them. They were part of the first class of unified magic students. Master Lysander, Lady Anya, one of them called out breathlessly. You have to see what we discovered when we combine the traditional elemental practices with the newly recovered dream weaving techniques. The demonstration that followed left us all speechless. The students, working together, created a stunning display of magic that defied traditional classification. Water and fire danced together in patterns that seemed to respond to emotional resonance, while earth and air combined to create physical manifestations of shared dreams. This is extraordinary, Flair muttered, her quill flying across parchment as she documented everything. They're not just combining elements, they're accessing entirely new forms of magical expression. The weave isn't just restoring what was lost, it's enabling innovations we never imagined possible. The afternoon brought even more remarkable developments as delegations from various magical traditions began arriving at the academy. Through our bond, Lysander, and I greeted each new group, watching in amazement as the purple threads of the weave automatically formed connections between people who had once been separated by artificial boundaries. The desert nomads wind singers have arrived, Flair announced excitedly, ushering in a group dressed in flowing robes of sand-colored silk. And look, they've brought the Crystal Cave meditation masters with them. These two groups haven't collaborated in over 5 centuries. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep interest as we watched the two traditionally isolated groups interact. The purple light between us pulsed with shared fascination as we observed their magical traditions beginning to merge and evolve. It's extraordinary, one of the wind singers explained, her eyes bright with wonder. The resonance of our wind songs naturally amplifies the Crystal Master's meditation frequencies. Through the weave, we can create harmonies that affect both the physical and spiritual realms simultaneously. The demonstration that followed left everyone breathless. The combined magic of wind and crystal created something entirely new, visible waves of purple-tinged energy that seemed to dance between physical reality and pure consciousness. This is just the beginning, my grandfather said, watching the display with evident emotion. Every new combination of traditions reveals possibilities we never imagined. The weave isn't just restoring lost knowledge, it's actively facilitating the creation of entirely new forms of magic. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed the implications. The purple threads around us seemed to respond to our thoughts, forming intricate patterns that suggested countless unexplored possibilities. "Look at this," Flair called out, spreading another set of documents across her already crowded desk. Reports from the Celestial Observatory in the Mountain Kingdom. The astronomers there have discovered they can use the weave to enhance their star-reading abilities. They're seeing patterns in the cosmos that were invisible before, and getting visions of possible futures. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own. The purple light between us strengthened as we realized the full scope of what was happening. It's not just about combining different types of magic, he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the threads. The weave is helping us access levels of reality we couldn't perceive before. Every new connection opens up new dimensions of understanding. As evening approached, the Academy's great hall had been transformed into a remarkable gathering space. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched in amazement as representatives from every known magical tradition came together, their various magical signatures creating an unprecedented tapestry of purple threads in the air above us. The healing traditions are reporting the most dramatic breakthroughs, Flair announced, consulting her ever-growing collection of documents. When the herb witches of the western forests combined their knowledge with the crystal healers from the mountain temples, they discovered they could treat ailments that were previously considered incurable. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep interest as we approached a group of healers who were demonstrating their combined techniques. The purple light between us pulsed with shared fascination as we observed their work. "It's more than just combining different healing methods," explained an elderly herb witch, her hands weaving patterns in the visible threads of magic. "The weave itself seems to enhance our understanding of how life force flows through living beings. Watch this." She collaborated with a crystal healer, their different magical traditions merging through the purple threads. Before our eyes, they created a three-dimensional map of life energy that showed not just physical ailments, but emotional and spiritual imbalances as well. "This is revolutionary," my grandfather commented, studying the display intently. "With this level of insight, healers can address the root causes of illness across all levels of existence. The implications for medical practice are staggering." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed the full scope of these developments. The purple threads around us seemed to respond to our thoughts, forming patterns that suggested even more possibilities. "And look at this report from the Southern Isles," Flair continued, producing another scroll. "The weather workers there have discovered they can use the weave to communicate with similar practitioners across vast distances. They're creating a network of weather monitoring and control that spans entire continents." A group of weather workers demonstrated their newfound abilities, using the purple threads to share real-time information about atmospheric conditions thousands of miles away. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own as we realized the practical implications. "This could prevent natural disasters," he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the threads. "With this level of coordination, weather workers could redirect storms, prevent droughts, balance rainfall across regions. And that's just one application," I added, feeling our shared understanding flow through our bond. Every new discovery seems to open up dozens more possibilities. The weave isn't just connecting different types of magic. It's exponentially expanding what magic itself can accomplish. As night fell, the Academy's halls were still buzzing with activity. Through our bond, Lysander and I observed a particularly fascinating development in the main courtyard, where a group of dream weavers from the Eastern Isles had joined forces with the shadow dancers of the Northern Mountains. "This is unprecedented," Flair breathed, her quill moving frantically across multiple scrolls at once. "The dream weavers and shadow dancers have been rivals for millennia, each claiming their approach to consciousness manipulation was superior. But now, through the weave, through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense fascination as we watched the two groups work together. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as they demonstrated their combined abilities. "The shadows can carry dreams," explained one of the dream weavers, her hands moving gracefully through the visible threads. "And dreams can give form to shadows. Together, we can create experiences that exist simultaneously in multiple states of consciousness." The demonstration was unlike anything we'd ever seen. Purple-tinged shadows danced through the air, carrying dreams that viewers could experience while fully awake. Through our bond, Lysander and I shared the same realization. This wasn't just a new form of magic. It was an entirely new way of perceiving reality itself. "The implications for healing trauma are enormous," my grandfather noted, watching intently. "Imagine being able to process difficult experiences simultaneously across multiple levels of consciousness, with full awareness and control. And that's not all," Flair added, producing yet another scroll. "The star readers from the Celestial Observatory have discovered they can use these combined techniques to actually project their consciousness into the cosmic weave itself. They're mapping patterns in space and time that we never knew existed." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly as he processed these developments. The purple threads around us seemed to respond to our shared thoughts, forming intricate patterns that suggested even more possibilities. "Every new combination reveals more layers of reality," he mused, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the threads. "It's as if the weave itself is teaching us how limited our previous understanding was. Magic isn't just about manipulating energy or elements. It's about accessing and connecting different levels of existence itself. As midnight approached, the Academy's halls were filled with an ethereal glow from the countless purple threads that now connected everyone present. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as a particularly remarkable demonstration unfolded in the central chamber. "The Time Weavers from the Chronological Temple have arrived," Flair announced breathlessly, nearly dropping her scrolls in excitement. "And they're working with the Memory Keepers from the ancient archives. They say they've discovered something extraordinary about the nature of time itself." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense curiosity match my own as we approached the gathered masters. The purple light between us pulsed with shared anticipation as they began their demonstration. "The weave doesn't just exist in the present," explained the lead time weaver, her hands creating complex patterns in the visible threads. "It extends through all of time, connecting past, present, and future. When we combine our temporal manipulation with the Memory Keeper's ability to access historical records, what followed was nothing short of miraculous. The purple threads around them began to shift and spiral, creating what appeared to be windows into different time periods. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched in amazement as scenes from the past played out before us, not just images, but living moments we could actually step into and experience. "This is beyond anything we imagined possible," my grandfather whispered, his eyes wide with wonder. "They're not just viewing the past, they're creating stable temporal connections that allow direct interaction with historical events." "And that's not all," one of the Memory Keepers added excitedly. "Through the weave, we can access not just recorded history, but the actual memories of places and objects. Every stone in this academy holds centuries of memories that we can now retrieve and experience." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed the implications. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with the weight of this discovery. "Think about what this means for learning," he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the temporal windows. "Students won't just read about historical events, they can actually experience them firsthand. The entire nature of education will have to be reconsidered." "And it goes even further," Flair added, producing yet another scroll. "The star readers say they can use these temporal connections to track the probable paths of future events. Not just divination, but actual mapping of potential futures." As the night deepened, the Academy's Great Hall had become a nexus of magical innovation and discovery. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the various groups of practitioners began combining their newfound abilities in increasingly complex ways. "The temporal windows aren't just showing us the past," announced one of the Time Weavers excitedly. "When combined with the Dreamweaver's techniques and the Shadow Dancer's abilities, we can create interactive scenarios that explore multiple possible futures simultaneously." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's amazement match my own as we observed the demonstration. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as the practitioners created a stunning display. Multiple temporal windows showing different potential futures, each one responsive to conscious interaction. "This changes everything," my grandfather said, his voice filled with emotion. "Not just how we learn from the past, but how we plan for the future. Imagine being able to explore the consequences of different choices before making them." "And look at this latest report," Flair added, somehow producing yet another scroll from her seemingly endless collection. "The crystal healers have found a way to use the temporal windows to observe how injuries and illnesses progress through time. They can literally see how different treatments will affect a patient's future health." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these implications. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with possibility. "The weave isn't just connecting different types of magic," he observed thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the complex patterns in the air. "It's creating entirely new paradigms for understanding reality itself. Every new combination reveals more layers of what's possible." As dawn approached, the various magical practitioners began working together in larger groups, combining their different traditions in ways that had never been attempted before. Through our connection, Lysander and I watched in amazement as they created effects that defied traditional classification. "This is just the beginning," my grandfather said softly, watching the spectacular display of unified magic. We're witnessing the birth of an entirely new era of magical understanding and practice. The artificial boundaries that limited us for so long are finally falling away. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's complete agreement. The purple light between us strengthened as we realized that our own connection, once considered impossible, had been one of the first signs of this great transformation. "The world will never be the same," I whispered, feeling his love and support flow through our bond. And that's exactly as it should be. Chapter 12. The dawn of a new era brought unprecedented changes to the magical world. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the Academy transformed into something far beyond its original purpose. A living laboratory of magical innovation and discovery that drew practitioners from every corner of the world. "The construction of the new unified magic wing is almost complete," Flair announced during our morning meeting, spreading architectural plans across her desk. "And not a moment too soon, we have more applicants for admission than ever before in the Academy's history." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's satisfaction as we examined the plans together. The purple light between us pulsed steadily as we observed the innovative design that incorporated elements from various magical traditions. "The building itself is a testament to unified magic," my grandfather explained, pointing to various features. The crystal spires were designed by the Mountain Temple architects to channel celestial energy. The water gardens below were created by merging techniques from both coastal and desert traditions. Even the very stones are infused with memory-keeping enchantments from the ancient archives. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind working rapidly as he studied the intricate details. "And look at how the shadow dancer's techniques have been incorporated into the lighting design," he noted, his copper eyes tracking the planned pathways of light and shadow. "Every space can shift between different states of consciousness, allowing for multiple types of magical practice simultaneously." "That's not even the most remarkable part," Flair added excitedly, producing yet another scroll. "The Time Weavers have integrated their temporal windows throughout the structure. Students will be able to observe magical practices from different time periods while conducting their own experiments." The demonstration that followed left us all in awe. Using a miniature model of the new wing, the architects showed how different magical traditions would interact within the space. Purple threads of the weave flowed through the model, showing how the building itself would enhance and amplify magical practices. "The meditation chambers can shift between physical and spiritual planes," one of the architects explained, manipulating the model. "The practice halls can accommodate everything from elemental manipulation to dream weaving. And the research laboratories are designed to facilitate completely new forms of magical exploration." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own as we watched the demonstration. The purple light between us strengthened as we realized the full implications of what was being created. The afternoon brought even more excitement as the first groups of students began exploring the newly completed sections of the unified magic wing. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as young practitioners from vastly different magical backgrounds came together, their various traditions merging through the visible threads of the weave. "The integration is happening faster than we anticipated," Flair noted, frantically documenting everything in her ever-growing collection of scrolls. "Look at how naturally they adapt to each other's techniques. The young ones especially seem to have no trouble moving between different magical paradigms." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep satisfaction as we observed a particularly remarkable group of students. The purple light between us pulsed with shared pride as we watched them experiment with combined forms of magic. "It's fascinating," my grandfather commented, joining us in the observation gallery. "They're not just learning multiple traditions, they're creating entirely new approaches. Watch how that young desert mage is combining sand manipulation with the forest dweller's growth magic." Before our eyes, the students demonstrated a technique that allowed them to create living gardens in sand, defying traditional limitations of both magical disciplines. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's excitement match my own as we realized the implications. "This could transform entire ecosystems," he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the purple threads. "Imagine being able to make deserts bloom without disrupting their natural balance. And that's just one application of countless possibilities. The architectural innovations are equally impressive," Flair added, producing a fresh set of documents. The crystal masters from the mountain temples have discovered that when their resonance chambers are combined with the coastal wave singers' techniques, they can create spaces that exist simultaneously in multiple magical frequencies. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed this information. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with possibility. "And look at this," my grandfather said, pointing to another group of students. "They're using the temporal windows to observe how different magical combinations affected similar environments in the past. The ability to learn from historical precedent while experimenting with new techniques. It's revolutionary." The evening brought an unexpected development as a delegation from the Shadowmere Conclave arrived at the Academy. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched with interest as these traditionally secretive practitioners made their way. Through the new wing, their dark robes contrasting sharply with the purple threads of the weave that surrounded them. "This is unprecedented," Flair whispered, her quill practically smoking as she documented their arrival. "The Shadowmere have never shared their techniques with outsiders. They've maintained their isolation for over 1,000 years." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense curiosity as we approached the delegation. The purple light between us pulsed with shared anticipation as their leader stepped forward. "We have observed the changes taking place here," the Shadowmere Elder announced, her voice carrying a hint of ancient power. "The weave has revealed to us that the time of separation is over. We bring knowledge that has been hidden since the first age." What followed was a demonstration that left everyone speechless. The Shadowmere practitioners began working with the purple threads in ways we'd never seen before, creating effects that seemed to exist between reality and shadow. "Our arts have always dealt with the spaces between," the elder explained, her hands weaving complex patterns. "Between light and dark, between matter and void, between thought and form, when combined with the unified magic you're developing here." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's amazement match my own as we watched the Shadowmere techniques merge with other magical traditions. The Crystal Master's resonance chambers took on new properties when infused with shadow energy, while the Dreamweavers found they could access entirely new levels of consciousness. "This changes everything we thought we knew about the nature of reality," my grandfather commented, his eyes wide with wonder. "The Shadowmere techniques don't just manipulate shadows. They work with the fundamental fabric of existence itself. And look at this," Flair added excitedly, producing yet another scroll from her seemingly endless collection. "When combined with the temporal windows, the Shadowmere arts allow us to observe the shadows of possible futures. We can literally see the paths not taken." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these revelations. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with new possibility, taking on deeper, more complex patterns. As night fell, the Academy's halls were filled with an unprecedented gathering of magical practitioners. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the Shadowmere delegation began sharing their most closely guarded secrets with selected groups of students and masters. The integration of shadow techniques with unified magic is producing remarkable results, Flair commented, her hands cramping from hours of continuous documentation. "Look at how the Crystal Masters are using shadow resonance to access entirely new frequencies of magical energy." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense fascination as we observed the experiments. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as the Shadowmere Elder demonstrated another revolutionary technique. "The shadows are not merely absence of light," she explained, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the purple threads. "They are gateways to what we call the Void Realm, a dimension that exists parallel to our own. When combined with your unified magic approaches," the demonstration that followed left everyone breathless. By merging shadow techniques with the Crystal Master's resonance chambers and the Dreamweaver's consciousness manipulation, they created a stable portal to the Void Realm, something previously thought impossible. "This changes everything we understood about dimensional boundaries," my grandfather said, his voice filled with awe. "The Void Realm isn't just a theoretical concept anymore. We can actually study and interact with it." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these implications. The purple threads around us seemed to take on new depths, suggesting connections to realms we had never imagined. And look at this latest discovery, Flair added excitedly, somehow producing yet another scroll from her seemingly endless collection. When the shadow mirror techniques are combined with the temporal windows, we can observe how the void realm intersects with our reality across different time periods. The implications for understanding the fundamental nature of existence are staggering. Near midnight, the Academy's halls were filled with an otherworldly glow as the combined magics of shadow and light created spectacular displays. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the Shadowmere practitioners worked with students from various traditions, creating entirely new forms of magical expression. The integration of void realm techniques with temporal magic is producing extraordinary results, Flair announced, her voice filled with excitement as she consulted multiple scrolls simultaneously. The students have discovered they can use shadow resonance to view multiple possible timelines simultaneously. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep fascination as we observed the experiments. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as the students demonstrated their discoveries. The shadows aren't just pathways to the void, explained one of the young practitioners, her hands moving confidently through the purple threads. They're also windows into what might have been, or what might yet be, when we combine this with the Crystal Master's resonance chambers. The demonstration that followed was breathtaking. By merging shadow techniques with crystal resonance and temporal manipulation, they created a three-dimensional map of possibility itself, showing not just different potential futures, but the intricate web of choices and consequences that connected them. "This is revolutionary," my grandfather breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. "We're not just seeing possible futures anymore, we're understanding the very fabric of choice and consequence that shapes reality itself." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these implications. The purple threads around us seemed to take on new depths, suggesting connections to realms we had never imagined. "And there's more," Flair added, somehow producing yet another scroll from her seemingly endless collection. When the Shadowmere techniques are combined with the Dreamweaver's consciousness manipulation, we can actually experience these different possibilities firsthand. It's not just observation anymore. It's direct interaction with potential realities. As dawn approached, the Academy's Great Hall had become a nexus of magical innovation unlike anything seen before. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the various traditions continued to merge and evolve, creating entirely new forms of magical understanding. The combination of Shadowmere techniques with unified magic has revealed something extraordinary, announced the elder, her voice carrying through the hall. The void realm isn't just a parallel dimension, it's the space between all dimensions, the fabric that connects all possible realities. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's profound amazement match my own as we observed the final demonstration of the night. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as the practitioners created something unprecedented. By combining shadow manipulation, crystal resonance, temporal windows, and consciousness projection, the elder explained, her hands weaving complex patterns in the purple threads. We can now access what we call the nexus point, the convergence of all possible realities. The demonstration that followed left everyone speechless. The combined magics created a crystalline structure that seemed to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously, its facets showing glimpses of countless different realities. "This is beyond anything we imagined possible," my grandfather breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. "We're not just observing different possibilities anymore. We're understanding the very nature of reality itself." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these implications. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with newfound power and purpose. "And look at this final report," Flair added, producing one last scroll from her collection. "When the Nexus Point techniques are combined with the healing arts, we can actually observe how different choices affect the health and well-being of entire populations across multiple realities. The implications for medical practice and public health are staggering. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's complete agreement. The purple light between us strengthened as we realized that our own bond, once considered impossible, had been one of the first signs pointing toward this revolutionary understanding of magic and reality. "The age of separation is truly over," I whispered, feeling his love and support flow through our bond. "We are entering an era of unlimited possibility, and we'll face it together," Lysander replied, his copper eyes meeting mine with warmth and determination, just as we always have. Chapter 13. The morning after the Nexus Point revelation brought new excitement to the Academy. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as practitioners from every magical tradition gathered in the newly constructed Dimensional Studies wing, eager to explore the implications of our latest discoveries. The combination of Shadowmere techniques with unified magic has opened up possibilities we never dreamed of, Flair announced, spreading dozens of scrolls across the grand observation table. The Void Realm appears to be far more complex and interconnected than we initially believed. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense curiosity as we examined the latest research findings. The purple light between us pulsed with shared fascination as the Shadowmere Elder demonstrated another groundbreaking technique. "The void isn't merely empty space between realities," she explained, her hands weaving intricate patterns in the purple threads. "It's a living matrix of consciousness itself. When we combine our shadow arts with the Crystal Master's resonance chambers and the Dreamweaver's consciousness manipulation, what followed was nothing short of miraculous. The combined magics created a stable viewing portal that allowed us to observe multiple layers of reality simultaneously." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's amazement match my own as we watched scenes from different dimensions play out before us. "This is extraordinary," my grandfather breathed, his eyes wide with wonder. "We're not just seeing different realities. We're observing how they influence and interact with each other. The implications for our understanding of existence itself are staggering. And that's not all," Flair added excitedly, producing yet another scroll from her seemingly endless collection. "When we combine these observations with the temporal windows, we can track how changes in one reality ripple through the entire multidimensional fabric. It's like watching the butterfly effect across infinite possibilities." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these revelations. The purple threads around us seemed to take on new depths, suggesting connections to realms we had never imagined possible. The afternoon brought even more remarkable discoveries as the combined magical teams began exploring the deeper implications of the Void Realm connections. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the Shadowmere Elder worked with the Crystal Masters to establish more stable viewing portals. "The multi-dimensional fabric responds differently when we combine different magical frequencies," explained one of the Crystal Masters, adjusting the resonance of a massive purple crystal. "Each combination reveals new layers of reality we never knew existed." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense fascination as we observed the experiments. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as the practitioners demonstrated their latest breakthrough. "Watch this," the Shadowmere Elder commanded, her hands weaving intricate patterns through the purple threads. "When we combine shadow manipulation with crystal resonance at precisely the right frequency." The demonstration left everyone speechless. The viewing portal they created didn't just show different realities. It revealed the connections between them, displaying an intricate web of cause and effect that spanned multiple dimensions. "This is unprecedented," my grandfather noted, his eyes wide with amazement. "We're not just observing parallel realities anymore. We're seeing how they influence and shape each other. The implications for our understanding of fate and free will are staggering. And there's more," Flair added excitedly, producing several new scrolls. "The Dreamweavers have discovered that when they combine their consciousness manipulation techniques with the Void Realm portals, they can actually project awareness into these different realities. We can experience them firsthand." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these revelations. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with new possibility, suggesting depths of reality we had never imagined. "Think about what this means for healing," he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the movement of the threads. we could potentially observe how different treatments affect patients across multiple realities, finding the most effective approaches by learning from countless parallel experiences. The evening brought unexpected visitors as representatives from the ancient archives arrived at the Academy. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as these keepers of historical knowledge examined our new discoveries with growing excitement. The multidimensional viewing portals have revealed something extraordinary in the historical records, announced the chief archivist, her eyes bright with discovery. When we combine the temporal windows with the void realm observations, we can see how different realities branched off from key moments in history. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's intense fascination as we gathered around the demonstration area. The purple light between us pulsed with shared anticipation as the archivists worked with the Shadowmere practitioners. By aligning the crystal resonance frequencies with specific historical moments, the elder explained, her hands moving through complex patterns, we can observe how different choices created entirely separate timeline branches. But more importantly, we can see how these branches continue to influence each other across the dimensional boundaries. What followed was a breathtaking display of magical innovation. The combined techniques created a vast temporal map showing hundreds of parallel histories, all interconnected through the fabric of the void realm. "This is revolutionary," my grandfather breathed, studying the intricate patterns. "We're not just learning from our own history anymore. We can learn from the histories of countless alternate realities. The potential for understanding cause and effect on a cosmic scale is unprecedented. And there's an even more remarkable discovery," Flair added, producing several ancient scrolls. "When we examine these historical branches through the void realm portals, we can see that certain events are fixed points, moments that occur in every reality, regardless of other changes. It's as if the multiverse itself has certain fundamental constants." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these implications. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with new understanding, suggesting deeper patterns we were only beginning to comprehend. As night fell, the Academy's halls were filled with an unprecedented level of magical activity. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the archivists worked alongside the Shadowmere practitioners and crystal masters to map the intricate web of parallel realities. "The fixed points we've discovered in the multiverse are fascinating," the chief archivist announced, gesturing to a complex temporal map floating in the air. "They appear to be moments of such significance that they occur in every reality, though sometimes in slightly different ways. Our research suggests these points act as anchors, maintaining the stability of the entire multidimensional fabric." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep fascination as we studied the temporal map together. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as we recognized some of these fixed points throughout history. "Look at this pattern," he said thoughtfully, his copper eyes tracking the intricate web of possibilities. "The Great Convergence appears in every timeline, but its manifestation varies dramatically depending on the choices made in each reality. Yet its fundamental impact on the magical world remains constant. And there's something even more remarkable," the Shadowmere elder added, her hands weaving complex patterns through the purple threads. "When we combine our shadow techniques with the crystal resonance at these fixed points, we can actually observe the underlying structure of reality itself." The demonstration that followed left everyone breathless. By focusing their combined magics on one of the fixed points, they created a viewing portal that showed not just the event itself, but the very fabric of reality bending and flowing around it. "This is unprecedented," my grandfather breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. "We're not just seeing history anymore. We're observing the fundamental forces that shape existence itself. The implications for our understanding of magic, time, and reality are beyond anything we could have imagined." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these revelations. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with new understanding, suggesting patterns and connections we were only beginning to comprehend. As midnight approached, the Academy's Great Hall had transformed into a nexus of temporal and dimensional research. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as teams of practitioners worked to map and understand the vast web of interconnected realities we had discovered. The fixed points we've identified aren't just historical constants, the chief archivist explained, gesturing to an increasingly complex magical display. They appear to be nodes of probability, moments where the fabric of reality itself becomes more malleable. And most intriguingly, many of these points seem to revolve around significant magical discoveries or innovations. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's deep fascination as we studied the temporal map together. The purple light between us pulsed with shared wonder as we recognized patterns emerging from the chaos. "Look at this particular node," he said, pointing to a bright intersection of timeline branches. "It appears in every reality we've observed, but its manifestation varies dramatically. In some timelines, it leads to the development of new forms of magic, while in others, it results in the rediscovery of ancient techniques." "That's not even the most remarkable aspect," the Shadowmere Elder interjected, her hands weaving increasingly complex patterns through the purple threads. "When we combine our shadow techniques with the crystal resonance at these nodes, we can actually observe the underlying structure of probability itself." The demonstration that followed was nothing short of miraculous. By focusing their combined magics on several fixed points simultaneously, they created a multi-dimensional viewing portal that showed not just individual timelines but the very fabric of possibility flowing between them. "This is extraordinary," my grandfather breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. "We're not just seeing different versions of history anymore. We're observing the fundamental forces that shape the multiverse itself. The implications for our understanding of magic, time, and reality are truly revolutionary." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's mind racing alongside mine as we processed these revelations. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with new understanding, suggesting patterns and connections we were only beginning to comprehend. As dawn approached, the Academy's Great Hall had become a focal point of revolutionary magical understanding. Through our bond, Lysander and I watched as the combined teams of practitioners, archivists, and researchers worked to document their groundbreaking discoveries. "The implications of what we've uncovered are truly staggering," the chief archivist announced, gesturing to the now massive temporal map floating above us. "These fixed points in reality aren't just historical constants. They're fundamental anchors that maintain the stability of the entire multiverse. And more importantly, we've discovered that magical bonds like the one between you two appear to be fixed points themselves." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's surprise match my own. The purple light between us pulsed with intense emotion as we processed this revelation. "Your bond appears in every reality we've observed," the Shadowmere Elder explained, her hands creating intricate patterns in the purple threads. "Though the circumstances of your meeting vary dramatically across different timelines, your souls always find each other. It's as if your connection is woven into the very fabric of existence itself." The demonstration that followed brought tears to my eyes. By combining their various magical techniques, they created a viewing portal that showed dozens of different realities. And in each one, Lysander and I were together, our purple bond glowing strong and bright. "This is remarkable," my grandfather breathed, his eyes glistening with emotion. "We've discovered that love itself can be a fixed point in the multiverse. Some connections are so powerful they transcend the boundaries of reality." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's love and wonder flow through me as we watched our various selves across different timelines. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with renewed strength, acknowledging the cosmic significance of our connection. "And there's one final discovery," Flair added, producing what appeared to be her last scroll. "When we examine these soul bond fixed points across multiple realities, we can see that they create a kind of stabilizing network throughout the multiverse. Your love isn't just personal, it's helping to maintain the very structure of reality itself." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's complete agreement as he pulled me close. The purple light between us strengthened as we realized that our bond, once considered impossible and inconvenient, was actually part of something far greater than ourselves. "We were always meant to find each other," I whispered, feeling his love flow through our connection. "In every reality," Lysander replied, his copper eyes meeting mine with infinite tenderness. "Across all of time and space." Chapter 14. The journey back to my family's estate felt longer than ever before. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's presence growing fainter with each mile that separated us, though the purple thread still connected us across the distance. The carriage wheels seemed to turn more slowly than usual, as if time itself was conspiring to prolong our separation. "My lady, are you certain about this decision?" Alara asked gently, watching me stare out the window at the passing countryside. "You seem different since we left the academy." Through our connection, I felt a pulse of concern from Lysander, responding to my melancholy even from afar. The purple light between us flickered like a distant star, maintaining our bond despite the growing distance. "I have to face my family," I replied, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "After everything we've discovered about the fixed points in reality and the significance of our bond, they need to understand that this isn't just about a childhood betrothal anymore." The landscape outside changed from the bustling streets of the capital to the familiar rolling hills of my homeland. Each familiar sight brought back memories, but now they seemed somehow incomplete without Lysander's presence beside me. "Your parents will be surprised by how much has changed," Alara observed, organizing her notes from our time at the academy. "The discoveries about the multidimensional nature of reality, the fixed points, and especially the significance of your bond with Lord Darkfire." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's gentle encouragement, his copper eyes appearing in my mind's eye with their characteristic warmth. The purple threads around us pulsed with shared determination as we faced this necessary separation. "The hardest part will be explaining to Rian," I said softly, touching the engagement ring that now meant something entirely different. "How do you tell someone that what you thought was a mistake is actually woven into the fabric of reality itself?" The sun was setting as our carriage finally approached the familiar gates of the Silverleaf estate. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's presence like a distant star, the purple thread stretching thin but unbroken across the miles between us. The gardens were in full bloom, just as they had been on that ill-fated wedding day that now seemed like a lifetime ago. "Your mother has been watching for us since noon," Alara observed, nodding toward the main house, where several figures could be seen moving anxiously behind the windows. "I suspect the entire household has been in quite a state since receiving your letter about the fixed points discovery." Through our connection, I felt a gentle pulse of encouragement from Lysander, his copper eyes appearing in my mind with their characteristic warmth. The purple light between us flickered like a distant flame, maintaining our bond despite the considerable distance. "How does one even begin to explain what we've discovered?" I mused, absently touching the engagement ring that now carried so much more significance. That our bond isn't just some magical accident or childhood betrothal, but a fundamental constant across multiple realities? That in every timeline we've observed, Lysander and I find each other? The carriage rolled to a stop before the main entrance, where my mother stood waiting, her face a mixture of concern and curiosity. Behind her, I could see my father pacing in the entrance hall, and even caught a glimpse of my younger siblings peering from upper windows. "My lady," Alara said softly, organizing the numerous scrolls and documents we'd brought from the academy. "Perhaps it would be best to start with the practical implications before delving into the metaphysical aspects. After all, the discovery that soul bonds serve as stabilizing anchors for reality itself is rather overwhelming." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's gentle amusement at Alara's characteristic practicality. The purple threads around us pulsed with shared affection as we both remembered the moment that revelation had changed everything. "And what about Rian?" I whispered, my heart heavy with the weight of that particular conversation to come. "How do I face him after everything that's happened? How do I explain that what seemed like a cruel twist of fate was actually the multiverse itself ensuring Lysander and I would find each other?" The grand entrance hall of Silverleaf Manor seemed both familiar and strange as I stepped inside. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's reassuring presence, though the purple threads stretched thin across the distance between us. My mother rushed forward to embrace me, while my father stood back, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "My darling, you look different," Mother said, holding me at arm's length to study my face. "There's something about you that's changed." Is it true what your letters said about the fixed points in reality? Through our connection, I felt Lysander's gentle encouragement, his copper eyes appearing in my mind with their characteristic warmth. The purple light between us pulsed softly as I gathered my thoughts. Perhaps we should discuss this in Father's study, I suggested, noticing the growing crowd of servants and siblings gathering in the hallway. Elara, would you please bring the documentation from the academy? The temporal maps and the multidimensional observations will help explain everything. As we made our way to the study, I caught glimpses of familiar faces watching with barely concealed curiosity. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's amusement at my family's barely contained excitement, and his gentle reminder that we had faced far more daunting challenges at the academy. Your letter mentioned something about soul bonds appearing across multiple realities, Father began once we were settled in his study, and something about your connection with Lord Darkfire being what did you call it? A fixed point in the multiverse? It's more complex than that, I explained, as Elara began spreading the magical documents across Father's massive desk. The Academy's research has revealed that certain events and connections appear consistently across all observed realities. These fixed points serve as anchors, maintaining the stability of the entire multidimensional fabric. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's presence strengthen momentarily, as if responding to my discussion of our bond. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with renewed vigor. And your bond with Lord Darkfire is one of these fixed points? Mother asked, her voice filled with wonder as she examined the temporal maps floating above Father's desk. In every reality? In every single one we've observed, I confirmed, touching the engagement ring that now carried so much more significance. Though the circumstances vary dramatically, Lysander and I always find each other. Our connection isn't just personal, it's part of the fundamental structure of reality itself. The evening stretched on as we continued our discussion in Father's study. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's presence growing stronger, as if he was somehow lending me strength for these difficult conversations. The purple threads between us pulsed steadily as Elara continued presenting the Academy's findings. These temporal maps show something extraordinary, she explained, gesturing to the complex magical diagrams floating above Father's desk. When we combine shadow manipulation with crystal resonance at precisely the right frequency, we can observe how different choices create entirely separate timeline branches. But more importantly, we can see how these branches continue to influence each other across dimensional boundaries. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's quiet pride as I helped explain the intricate magical theories we'd discovered. The purple light between us strengthened momentarily as I described our role in these groundbreaking findings. In every single reality we've observed, I continued, my fingers tracing the glowing lines of the temporal map, there are certain constant fixed points that appear regardless of other changes. Most of these points revolve around significant magical discoveries or innovations. But some, like our soul bond, appear to be fundamental to the very structure of reality itself. But how is that possible? Mother asked, her eyes wide with wonder as she studied the complex patterns. How can a personal connection between two people be so significant to the fabric of existence? That's what makes it so extraordinary, I explained, feeling Lysander's encouragement through our bond. The research shows that these soul bond fixed points create a kind of stabilizing network throughout the multiverse. Our connection, and others like it, helps maintain the very structure of reality. Father leaned forward in his chair, his expression thoughtful as he examined the magical documentation. And you say this appears in every timeline? Every single reality you've observed? Yes, I confirmed, touching the engagement ring that now carried such profound significance. Though the circumstances vary dramatically, sometimes we meet as children, sometimes as adults, sometimes through arranged marriages or chance encounters. Lysander and I always find each other. Our souls are quite literally meant to be together. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's love flow through me as I spoke these words. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with renewed vigor, affirming the truth of our bond. The night had fallen completely by the time we finished reviewing the Academy's discoveries. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's presence growing stronger, as if the darkness somehow made our connection more vivid. The purple threads between us pulsed with renewed energy as my parents processed everything we had shared. "There's something else you should know," I said softly, feeling Lysander's encouragement through our connection. "The research has revealed that these soul bond fixed points aren't just passive constants in reality. They actively influence the flow of magical energy throughout the multiverse." Alara stepped forward, producing another set of magical diagrams that filled the air with shimmering light. When we examined the interaction between different timeline branches, we discovered something extraordinary. The soul bonds create a kind of stabilizing network that helps maintain the balance of magical forces across all realities. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's pride as I explained the complex magical theories we'd uncovered. The purple light between us strengthened as I described the intricate ways our bond contributed to the fabric of existence itself. "Watch this demonstration," I said, using my magic to manipulate the floating diagrams. "When we focus on any particular timeline branch, we can see how the soul bonds create anchor points that prevent reality from fragmenting too severely. Without these connections, the multiverse itself might become unstable. And your bond with Lord Darkfire is particularly strong," Alara added, adjusting the magical display to highlight our connection. "In every reality we've observed, it manifests with unusual intensity. The purple threads between you appear to have a stabilizing effect that extends far beyond your immediate vicinity." My father leaned forward, his expression a mixture of wonder and concern. "But what does this mean for your future? For your responsibilities to our family and our magical traditions?" Through our bond, I felt Lysander's love flow through me, giving me strength to answer honestly. "It means that our connection isn't just about personal happiness or family alliances. It's about maintaining the very stability of reality itself. In every timeline where Lysander and I are together, magical energy flows more smoothly, and reality remains more stable." As midnight approached, my parents' study had become filled with floating magical diagrams and temporal maps. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's presence growing stronger, as if responding to my need for support during these difficult conversations. The purple threads between us pulsed with steady reassurance as we reached the most challenging part of our discussion. "There's one more thing we need to address," Mother said gently, her eyes filled with concern. "What about Rian? He deserves to know the truth about what we've discovered." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's compassion flow through me, his understanding of the delicate situation giving me strength. The purple light between us flickered softly as I considered my response. "I've already written to him," I admitted, pulling out a sealed letter from my bag. I explained everything about the fixed points, the multidimensional research, and what it means for our original engagement. He deserves to understand that this isn't just about personal choice or family obligations. "The temporal map shows something interesting about Rian as well," Alara added, adjusting the magical display to highlight specific timeline branches. "In many of the realities we've observed, he finds his own profound connection, one that wouldn't have been possible if your original marriage had proceeded." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's quiet approval of this revelation. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse with renewed purpose as we discussed the broader implications of our discoveries. "So you're saying that by following the path indicated by your soul bond," Father mused, studying the complex patterns above his desk, "you're not just ensuring your own happiness, but potentially enabling others to find their true connections as well?" "Exactly," I confirmed, feeling Lysander's love flow through our connection. "The research shows that these fixed points create a kind of ripple effect throughout the multiverse. When soul bonds are honored and allowed to flourish, they strengthen the entire fabric of reality." "And what of your future?" Mother asked softly. "What does all this mean for your life going forward?" Through our bond, I felt Lysander's presence surge with love and determination. The purple light between us brightened as I shared our vision for the future. "It means that Lysander and I will continue our research at the Academy," I explained, my voice growing stronger with conviction. "We'll work to understand these connections better, to help others recognize and honor their own soul bonds. Our love isn't just about us anymore. It's about maintaining the balance of reality itself." Chapter 15. The morning sun streamed through the windows of Silverleaf Manor, casting long shadows across the breakfast table. Through our bond, I could feel Lysander's presence growing stronger, though I couldn't understand why. The purple threads between us seemed to pulse with unusual intensity, as if trying to tell me something important. "You've barely touched your food, dear," Mother observed, watching me push my breakfast around my plate. "Are you still worried about Ryan's response to your letter?" Through our connection, I felt a sudden surge of excitement from Lysander, so strong it made me gasp. The purple light between us flared brilliantly, causing both Mother and Alara to look at me with concern. "Something's different," I said, standing up from the table. "The bond, it's changing." "Lysander feels closer somehow, but that's impossible. He's supposed to be at the academy, continuing our research on the fixed points." "My lady," Alara began, but she was interrupted by the sudden arrival of one of our house servants, bursting into the dining room with an urgent expression. "Begging your pardon, my ladies," the servant said breathlessly, "but there's a messenger from the academy at the gate. He says it's extremely urgent. Something about a breakthrough in the temporal research." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's presence grow even stronger, accompanied by a sense of triumph and joy that left me dizzy. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with excitement as I rushed to the entrance hall. "The messenger brings word from Lord Darkfire himself," announced our butler as I arrived. "It seems there's been a significant discovery regarding the nature of soul bonds and their interaction with fixed points in reality." Through our connection, I could feel Lysander's anticipation building, matching my own growing excitement. The purple light between us pulsed with an intensity I'd never felt before, suggesting that something momentous was about to happen. "According to these documents," Alara said, quickly scanning the magical scrolls the messenger had delivered, "the Academy's latest research has revealed something extraordinary about the way soul bonds interact with temporal fixed points. It seems that under certain conditions, the bonds can actually influence the flow of time itself." The morning sun seemed to grow brighter as I read through the Academy's latest findings. Through our bond, Lysander's presence continued to strengthen mysteriously, the purple threads between us practically vibrating with energy. Mother and Father had joined us in the entrance hall, their expressions a mixture of concern and fascination as Alara explained the breakthrough. "According to these documents," Alara continued, her voice filled with excitement as she unrolled another magical scroll, "the Academy's researchers have discovered that soul bonds don't just connect people across different realities. They can actually create temporary bridges between timeline branches under specific circumstances." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's triumph and joy grow even stronger. The purple light between us pulsed with an intensity that made the magical diagrams floating in the air flutter and dance. "Look at these calculations," I said, pointing to a particularly complex series of magical formulae. "When a soul bond reaches a certain level of strength, and both parties are focused on the same fixed point in reality, they can actually influence the flow of temporal energy around them." "But what does that mean in practical terms?" Father asked, studying the intricate magical diagrams with growing interest. "How does this new discovery affect your situation?" Before anyone could answer, another servant burst into the hall. "My ladies, my lord, there's more activity at the gates. A large contingent from the Academy has just arrived, including—" She paused, catching her breath. "Including Lord Darkfire himself." Through our bond, I felt an overwhelming surge of emotion as Lysander's presence suddenly made perfect sense. The purple threads around us blazed with brilliant light as I rushed toward the manor's entrance. "The research wasn't just theoretical," Alara explained quickly, following behind me with the scrolls. "They've been actively testing these discoveries. By focusing on your soul bond and its connection to various fixed points, they found a way to manipulate the temporal energy between you." The manor's entrance hall erupted into chaos as Lysander strode through the doors, his copper eyes immediately finding mine. Through our bond, I felt waves of joy and triumph washing over me, the purple threads between us blazing so brightly that several servants gasped in wonder. Behind him, a team of Academy researchers hurried to set up various magical instruments and temporal mapping devices. "The breakthrough happened last night," Lysander explained, pulling me into his arms even as he addressed the growing crowd of onlookers. We were studying the interaction between soul bonds and fixed points when we discovered something extraordinary. The purple threads don't just connect us across different realities, they can actually create bridges between timeline branches. Through our connection, I felt his excitement and wonder mirror my own. The purple light surrounding us pulsed with unprecedented intensity as the Academy researchers began their demonstrations. "Watch this," one of the senior researchers called out, manipulating a complex array of crystals and shadow magic. Above our heads, a massive temporal map materialized, showing dozens of different timeline branches. When we focus on a soul bond of sufficient strength, like the one between Lord Darkfire and Lady Silverleaf, we can actually observe the way it influences the flow of temporal energy. But that's not all, Lysander continued, his eyes shining with triumph. We've discovered that under specific conditions, these bonds can actually facilitate physical movement between different points in space and time. That's how I was able to reach you so quickly. Our connection literally created a temporal bridge. Through our bond, I felt the truth of his words resonate deep within my soul. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with joy as he explained the full implications of their discovery. The Academy's research has revealed that soul bonds like ours don't just maintain the stability of reality, he explained, producing a series of complex magical diagrams. They can actually be used to navigate through it. When both parties focus on the same fixed point in time and space, their bond can create a direct path between them, bypassing normal physical limitations. The morning stretched on as the Academy researchers continued their demonstrations in our entrance hall. Through our bond, Lysander's excitement and joy flowed freely, the purple threads between us creating intricate patterns in the air as the temporal maps shifted and changed above our heads. "The implications of this discovery are staggering," one of the senior researchers explained, manipulating the complex magical diagrams. "We've always known that soul bonds were powerful, but this goes beyond anything we could have imagined. The ability to create temporal bridges isn't just about physical transportation. It's about fundamentally altering the way magic flows through reality itself." Through our connection, I felt Lysander's pride as he elaborated on the discovery. The purple light surrounding us pulsed with renewed intensity as he described the experiments that had led to this breakthrough. "It started when we were examining the fixed points across different timeline branches," he explained, his copper eyes bright with enthusiasm. "We noticed that whenever we focused on moments where our bond was particularly strong, the temporal energy around those points began to behave differently. The purple threads would actually create temporary pathways between different points in space and time." "But how is this even possible?" Father asked, studying the floating diagrams with intense concentration. "The amount of magical energy required to manipulate temporal flow should be astronomical." "That's what makes soul bonds so extraordinary," another researcher chimed in, adjusting the crystal array to show a new set of calculations. "They don't just connect two people, they create a self-sustaining magical circuit that can generate and channel incredible amounts of energy. When both parties focus their intention on the same fixed point, that energy can be directed to create these temporal bridges." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's agreement as he pulled me closer. The purple threads around us seemed to dance with joy as he continued explaining the implications of their discovery. "We've only begun to scratch the surface of what's possible," he said, his voice filled with wonder. "The Academy's research suggests that soul bonds like ours might be capable of even more extraordinary feats. We're not just maintaining the stability of reality, we're actively participating in its evolution." The afternoon sun streamed through the manor's windows as the Academy researchers continued their demonstrations. Through our bond, Lysander's excitement remained palpable, the purple threads between us creating intricate patterns that seemed to dance with the temporal energies filling the room. "There's something else we discovered," Lysander said, his copper eyes meeting mine with intense significance. "The temporal bridges created by soul bonds aren't just random pathways. They seem to be drawn to specific moments, crucial fixed points where our connection is particularly strong. Through our connection, I felt his emotions deepen as he produced another set of magical diagrams. The purple light surrounding us pulsed with renewed intensity as he revealed the full scope of their findings. "Look at these temporal maps," he explained, manipulating the floating images with practiced ease. Each bright point represents a moment where our bond manifested across multiple timeline branches. But here's the extraordinary part. When we focus our combined magic on these points, we can actually witness alternate versions of our story playing out. It's unlike anything we've ever seen before, one of the senior researchers added, adjusting the crystal array to highlight specific timeline branches. The soul bond between Lord Darkfire and Lady Silverleaf appears to be creating a kind of temporal resonance. It's as if the multiverse itself is trying to ensure their connection remains stable across all possible realities. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's love and wonder flow freely as he continued explaining. The purple threads around us seemed to pulse in time with his words, creating mesmerizing patterns in the air. "We've observed dozens of different versions of our story," he said softly, his eyes never leaving mine. "In some timelines, we meet as children. In others, we find each other later in life. But in every single reality we've studied, our souls recognize each other. The purple threads always appear, creating these beautiful bridges between different points in time and space. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows through the manor's windows, the full implications of the Academy's discoveries began to sink in. Through our bond, Lysander's presence remained strong and steady, the purple threads between us creating an intricate web of light that seemed to connect past, present, and future. "There's one more thing we need to show you," Lysander said, his copper eyes gleaming with excitement. "Something we discovered just before I created the temporal bridge to reach you." He gestured to the Academy researchers, who began rearranging their crystal arrays into a new configuration. Through our connection, I felt his anticipation build as the magical instruments hummed to life. The purple light surrounding us intensified, creating patterns I'd never seen before. "We've learned that soul bonds don't just connect two people across different realities," he explained, manipulating the temporal maps with practiced ease. "They actually create a kind of temporal resonance that echoes through all possible futures. Watch this." The floating diagram shifted, revealing dozens of timeline branches spreading out before us like the branches of an enormous tree. Through our bond, I felt Lysander's triumph as he highlighted specific points along these branches. "In every single one of these potential futures," he said softly, "our bond grows stronger. The purple threads between us don't just maintain reality's stability, they actively work to create the best possible outcome for both of us. It's as if the multiverse itself wants us to be together." "But that's not all," added one of the senior researchers, adjusting the crystal array once more. "When we examined the temporal energy patterns around their bond, we discovered something unprecedented. The purple threads aren't just connecting them across space and time, they're actually creating new possibilities, new timeline branches where their connection can flourish." Through our bond, I felt Lysander's love wash over me as he pulled me close. The purple light around us blazed with incredible intensity as he spoke the words that would change everything. "Don't you see? Our love isn't just destined. It's actively shaping the future of reality itself. Every moment we spend together, every choice we make to honor our bond, creates ripples of possibility that spread throughout the multiverse. We're not just participants in this grand design, we're co-creators of it." Epilogue. The spring air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers as guests gathered in the grand temple gardens. Through our bond, Lysander's presence was strong and steady, the purple threads between us glowing with quiet joy as we prepared for our wedding ceremony. This time, everything felt right. The magical energies flowed smoothly, and our soul bond pulsed with contentment as we exchanged our vows. Even Rian attended with his new betrothed, a fire mage whose presence in his life had brought him unexpected happiness. Through our connection, I felt Lysander's love wash over me as we sealed our union with a kiss. The purple light surrounding us blazed brilliantly, creating patterns of extraordinary beauty that had the assembled guests gasping in wonder. Years passed, and our life together became everything we'd hoped for and more. We continued our research at the Academy, making groundbreaking discoveries about soul bonds and their role in maintaining the stability of reality. Our work helped other couples recognize and honor their own magical connections, creating a network of understanding that spread throughout the magical community. Our family grew, blessed with children who inherited both our magical abilities and our capacity for deep, soul-binding love. Through them, we watched the next generation begin to explore the mysteries of magic and connection that had brought us together. Through all our adventures and challenges, the purple threads of our bond remained strong and true. They were a constant reminder of the extraordinary twist of fate that had brought us together. A reminder that sometimes the most beautiful stories begin with a moment of chaos and end with a love strong enough to bridge all of space and time.